Mic check. 1, 2.
The Central Ontario Standardbred Association is working with you to ensure a vibrant horse racing community. Shared stories call for a united voice. That's COSA, representing the interests of horse people racing at Ontario racetracks. So whether you're first, last, or somewhere in between, we've got your back. With insurance, benefits, free lifetime memberships, and more. COSA. Follow our stories on social and check out the process at cosaonline.com.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the Raceway at Western Fair District for London, Ontario's half-mile harness racing action. It's the start of a brand new season and 10 races this evening. 8 Prospect Series Finals, $15,000 purse events lined up as part of tonight's Welcome Back program. We're glad you're with us this evening. 11 minutes to post time in race number 1, and we're set to do program changes. And, of course, fast and dry conditions under beautiful sunny skies. Just a beauty of an evening for a horse race from up top. Your track announcer, Shannon Sugardoyle, with you. Changes now. Race number 1, the 6 horse. It is what it is, Molly. Switching from blind to blinkers. Put the blinkers on number 6. It is what it is, Molly, here in the opener, the start of the popular Pick 5 play, a $5,000 guaranteed pool there in the opener. Please note, ladies and gentlemen, race 2 will begin the early pick 4. We've changed up the wagering menu to start this brand new season in London. Again, a pick 4 play. The early pick 4 begins in race number 2. Races 2 and 3, there are no changes. 4th race, over into race number 4. Number 3, Marshal Zukov. The ownership line, Michael Legacy. Michael Legacy, it's an ownership change for that 3, Marshal Zukov, in the Prospect Series Final, where he'll try for 6 in a row. That 2-year-old colt son of Shadow Play. An ownership and trainer change for the Prospect Series Final. We're talking about 3, Marshal Zukov in the 4th. Race number 5, races 5 through 7. In fact, there are no changes. There is a late pick 5 starting up in race 6. The late pick 4 begins in race number 7. Over into race number 8. 8th race, the 1. Here's the thing. Aluminum to flip-flops up front. Shoeing change for the 1. And here's the thing. Aluminum to flip-flops there up front. Race number 9. Group of trotters for another Prospect Series Final. Again, 8 Prospect Series Final. As part of tonight's program, there are no changes in the 9th, 10th, and final race. 10th and final race tonight. There is a line for the 6 HP Momentum starting at Woodbine, September 29th. Shows a finishing 5th, race time 52-1. Colin Kelly was driving. There you have it. You're up to speed for program changes. We're about 8 minutes away from this evening's opener. Again, it's 10 dashes, including 8 Prospect Series Finals. Blanket presentations following each and every Prospect Series Final this evening. Going to take a short break right now to catch my breath, and we'll come back. Robert Reed Jr. with us on track. We'll touch base with him, set things up for the Pick 5 play in race number 1, and we'll catch up with him, and as well Nathan Bain, as our eyes and ears over in the paddock tonight. We'll be hitting up Nathan for live paddock hits throughout the evening as well. Sit back, enjoy the horses. We're glad you're with us on track. If not with us on track, enjoy from wherever you're playing from. Best of luck to all racing and playing on this Welcome Back program at the Raceway. 8 minutes away from the opener. Stick around. All righty, folks. Welcome back to the Raceway at Western Fair District, London, Ontario's half-mile hardest racing action. you know what? It's opening night, so opening night glitches will happen. Just had to flick my mic on there for a sec, right? We've got Robert Reed Jr. Down in the winner's circle. He will be our eyes and ears down that way this evening. The winner's circle will be busy with those Prospect Series finals, blanket presentations. We've got Nathan Bain hanging out at the Paddock this evening for live hits throughout the night. Let's catch up with Robert Reed Jr. now down below. And Robert, decent card to start things off for this 2022-23 season. Action-packed with all those Prospect Series finals. Now, myself, you know, I got away to Prince Edward Island this summer. I did take in a bit of the action throughout Ontario, but you are likely well-versed as far as the horses we'll see racing here tonight. A lot of these horses have never raced in London. A lot of 2-year-olds we'll see this evening, so great to have you back, Robert. Let's go.
Thanks for having me, Sugar. Listen, I'm excited to be here. And, you know, listen, it's another season at the Raceway. I love being here live. Of course, usually I'll be doing it from remotely from my office on Tuesday nights, but came out for opening night. And I love tonight's card. Again, the culmination of a full season of racing in the Prospect Series. Again, that's that new tier that was added to the OSS program. Mm-hmm. And I have been able to actually watch a lot of these horses throughout the season. Some have jumped up to the OSS Grassroots, jumped back down to the Prospect Series. And I think we've got some competitive races. Obviously, a couple of shorter fields as well in the sequences, but overall it's a fantastic night of racing.
Right on. We got talking about just before we went live this evening about that Marshall Zukov, and now we know, right? It's an ownership change.
Yeah, it makes a lot more sense now, doesn't it? We were both kind of scratching our heads saying, well, I mean, I didn't really see the official transfer on track it until, I mean, just today as well. Mm-hmm. So obviously, Mario Brejean certainly did nothing wrong with the horse going 6 out of 7 in the winner's circle, but now to the powerful barn of Richard Moreau and an ownership change going into this final. I think that that's the one that everyone's going to have as the free spot on the bingo square in the pick 5. If you get that one beat, it can pay anything, but that's a pretty tough task.
Tough to go against him in there. He's going to make it. Well, he's going to try for 6 in a row. I've got him making it already. I've used him as a key play. And you know what? Not only tonight, but looking forward into next Tuesday evening of next week, we're going to have Ontario Sire Stakes Gold Trotters, the 3-year-olds, with us on track. And we've got a couple of great fields of 8. And, of course, with those trotters racing for over $100,000 in purse money, we're going to see some of the top drivers from Woodbine Mohawk Park joining us on that evening.
Yeah, for sure. And, obviously Tuesday nights, the pools are going to be a little bit higher because we take center stage. Right?
Yeah.
Mohawk.
I love it.
Goes dark now on Tuesdays. So that's the night that, listen, every night's a great night of racing here, but that's the night that all eyes are on us. And it's a fantastic first Tuesday card with those OSS Golds. And again, when you bring the big boys in from out of town, it gets a little more interesting, right? Because we'll still have our local guys that want to win, but a little more competitive edge on those evenings.
You know what, Robert? From the best seat in the house, I can see everything from up here. I can see across the road that the horses and drivers for race number 1, they're leaving the paddock. They're going to go through the tunnel. They'll be stepping out here shortly on Post Parade. Glad to have you with us tonight, Robert. Enjoy your time with us, and we'll look forward to you in the winner's circle with the Winning Connections.
Always a pleasure, Sugar. Looking forward to it tonight.
Right on. Stand by. Post Parade for race number 1 of 10 is next.
You guys hear me?
All right, folks, horses and drivers on track. Welcome back. Scott Ray leads the Post Parade here. Race 1 of 10. This is 2-year-old fillies. Non-winners 5,000. Scott Ray driving the 1-8. She Pretty for Randy Zook. The trainer's Daryl Laver. Number 2, Quite Nice. Here's a 2-year-old daughter, Better's Delight, going out for Bob McIntosh Stables, Inc. and Alan McIntosh Holdings, Inc. Bob does the training. Brad McDonald on board. Andy Moore driving 3, Rose Ricky for the owner, Brad Wilson. Dwayne May, the conditioner. And then the 4, Feelin' Fancy, Travis Henry for Hut Racing Stable, trainer Blake McIntosh. Adrian and Janny Dimmers share the ownership with Adrian Trading, number 5-8, Jay Bella, Lauren House in the bike. Then the 6, It Is What It Is, Molly. She goes to blinkers tonight with Tyler Borth driving for JJS Stables, the trainer, Katarina Bosniak. And the outside, post 7, Flamin' Terror. Ephraim Zook, the owner, Kyle Bossens trains Colin Kelly in the driver's seat. Those are 7 2-year-old fillies to contest race number 1. They're on the pace for a Triactor Exactor Superfecta, a daily double, plus it's a $5,000 guaranteed pool, pick 5 beginning. And I believe our production team has some tickets to go through here. If we can get those up, we'll take a peek and we'll set things up here for race number 1. Again, it's the start of the popular pick 5 play.
Robert's mic is up, so you can throw it over.
All righty, so this race number 1, begins the popular pick 5 play. I believe Robert Reed Jr. is standing by. Now, we've thrown my ticket up here, Robert. You might be quite similar. I think you went 3 deep there in the 3rd, but this opening race, quite nice for McIntosh. Well, they're both McIntoshes. We got Bob, Hall of Famer Bob, and we've got Blake sending out the 2 and 4. Those are my choices. 7-5, 2-1. Pretty much co-favorites right now. Your thoughts on the opener?
Sugar, our tickets are almost exact, really, when I look through that sequence there.
Yeah.
The only difference for me is adding in the 7 Flamin' Terror here in the first leg, which right now is quite a big price on the board from post 7. But that's the only real difference that I see. And in race 3, I'm adding in the 3. She's trucking now. Other than that, our tickets are almost exact.
Okay, when you say 7 Flamin' Terror, I know exactly why you went there. That is one of the strongest combination driver trainers here in London, right?
It is, no question about it. Kyle Bossens and Colin Kelly, certainly connections that I like to go to the bank on here at the Raceway and even at Grand River, right? Throughout the summer, I was over there doing the broadcast. And this one, actually, I saw this one race September the 19th, went to the lead from post 6, led a long way before getting beat at the wire. And that's against older horses too, right? So now she's back in against 2-year-olds. And I just thought, you know what, maybe for a flyer, if she can get forward off the gate, she could be a bomb here. Was not expecting her to be 23-1. If she wins it, obviously it'd be a good result in the pick 5.
Oh, would boost up pick 5 Will Pays by a large margin. You know what? Flamin' Terror, definitely one to consider. It's Kelly and Bossens combining, and as you mentioned, back with friends. That's key, right? It's tough for those 2-year-olds to go up against the older horses.
Oh, it definitely is. And I mean, obviously, you know, that's in a numbers of 5,000 life, so not an overly difficult spot, but you still like it when they get back against their own kind, right? So again, just a bit of a flyer on the ticket. I mean, if Marshall Zukov wins, which we're both banking on, we know that we need to add some value somewhere. I thought that might be a good opportunity.
You know what? I'm just going to stick with her one more second. Here was a 2-year-old racing against older horses. She had to leave from the outside post too, and she's down to the quarter in 28. I mean, she's got some serious early speed.
Yeah, and she had every right to kind of tie her late in that mile. The other thing, too, is she took a lot of support, right? She went from 30-1 the week before to down to 3-1.
You could be swaying me and many other players here, man. You just keep going.
Well, no, again, it's just a horse that, you know, looking for these 2-year-olds to improve start to start, right? And we know that that's very possible when they're this young in their career. They might be able to step up significantly from one start to the next. So, again, taking a flyer on her, not one that I'm going into thinking that, you know, she's a horse that you can expect to win, but maybe one that can, you know, maybe luck into it with the right kind of trip.
Right on. We're about a minute and a half. We see our countdown clock on the go. We're at about a minute 20 away. Last call to wager here on this pick 5 play. We've got everybody in play tonight. We see Carter Gimblett in the infield there, our track side photographer. He's with us, and lots of blanket presentations presentations throughout the night. That winner's circle likely to be busy. And as mentioned, you know what? I've got my pocket guide to picking winners. It's from 1978, but it's no good to me tonight because it says nothing about Raceway debuters, which we're going to see a lot of tonight. Alrighty, starter is looking for them to line up here in race number 1 of 10. We're still seconds away. You still have time, but you would have to hurry. It's the beginning of the popular Pick 5 play, $5,000 guaranteed pool. The favorites continue to be 2, quite nice, and the 4 feeling fancy. And the 7, Flamin' Terror, talked up by friend of the show here, Robert Reed Jr., has taken a drop. Gone from 21-1 to 13-1. He may have sold a few on that filly. The starting gate, it's moving. Here we go. It's the first of 10. Brand new race meet here at the Raceway at Western Fair District, London, Ontario's half-mile harness racing action. Ain't she pretty? Quite nice. Rose Ricky. Feeling fancies in the center, then AJ Bella. It is what it is, Molly. Flamin' Terror for 7 across, a 16th out. Here they come. Race 1 of a brand new meet in London starts right now. They're off and in the center. Feeling fancy. Got away to a nice beginning. Co-favorite, quite nice. Navigating the turn, a little steppy, but she's still going forward here for Brett McDonald. Brett McDonald sending quite nice to the lead, and soon it will be pylons for that daughter of Better's Delight. Pocketing up in second. Better than Cheddar filly, Feeling Fancy. So the Faves sitting 1 and 2 here by the opening quarter, and their single file going there in 29 and 2. Quite nice. By 2. Feeling Fancy is second. All Alone traveling third. Ain't She Pretty for Ray. Gap of 3 or 4 to Rose Ricky and more. Then we've got Kelly with the 7, Flamin' Terror, sitting 5th and going about 9 off the lead. And the final 2 here as they come down in front of us, AJ Bella for House. It is what it is, Molly for Borth. 1 half gone and 1 to go. Clocked up the half and 59 and 3, rate at 30 and 1 through the second frame. Quite nice. Just tippy tap reminders to remain alert on this front end mission with 3/8 left to go. Second best. Feeling Fancy. It's a peek to the outside and third. There goes Ain't She Pretty. She's looking all right thus far. That's cover for a live looking Flamin' Terror. And 3 deep off the back end, AJ Bella. Staying along the inside was Rose Ricky, and a gapped off trailer for It Is What It Is, Molly. 3/4 up in 1, 30 and 1. Quite nice. She's moved all in. Still coming on the outside. Long shot. Ain't She Pretty for Ray. Locked in a box there. Third. All dressed up with no place to go here. That is Feeling Fancy and angled wide for the drive home. Flamin' Terror into the stretch. Quite nice. Doing all the work. Trying to get paid here. Ain't She Pretty on the outside. Quite nice. Quite nice indeed. McDonald for McIntosh. Ain't She Pretty was second. Feeling Fancy holding third over the 3. Rose Ricky 2:01 and 2. Quite nice for her maiden breaking score. Well, for a Friday evening, that's a nice start to our card. Well over $7,000 fired into that early pick 5 pool tonight, and we've got a heavy favorite to kick it off there. Quite nice, closed up as a 1 to 5 choice. Here's your winning caretaker meeting up with the unofficial winner here, race one. That's Too Quite Nice. She is a 2-year-old, a Bay Filly by Better's Delight out of Lasting Appeal by the Ponderosa. Owned and bred by Bob McIntosh Stables Inc. along with Al McIntosh Holdings Inc. With Bob doing the training. Brett McDonald's on board for this maiden victory. 201 and 2 as Quite Nice wires them up here in the opener as a heavy fave at 1-5. She's going to go in and pose for her first career winner's circle photo, and she's kind of shy for that winner's circle. Checking out the blankets that will be presented throughout the night from there's a Prospect Series Finals, 8 of them carded on this evening's card, and there's Quite Nice standing nicely there again for her first career winner's circle photo. Congratulations. Okay, we're going official here for race number one. Race number one, official. Ain't She Pretty was second. Quite Nice was a race winner. Rose Ricky actually finished fifth in there. Feeling Fancy third. AJ Bella was seventh. It is what it is. Molly sixth. Flame and Timber fourth. Fractions of 29 and 2. 59 and 3. 130 and 1. And it's a mile of 201 and 2 for Quite Nice. Her first career win. Top down a 2-1, 5, 3, 7, 6, and 4. 260 on that win ticket for the fave. Exactor came back at $14.40. Dollar Try $14.95. That's all right for those three. Dollar Super $62.75. 20 center coming back at $12.55. Flip the page over to race number two. We're still on the pace, and it's another group of 2-year-olds. This time it's the boys for an Exactor Try Superfecta. It is the start of this evening's early pick 4 play. $5,000 guaranteed pool to chase after here. Again, a little movement throughout our wagering menu going into a brand new season here. Again, this is race 2 coming up. It is the start of our early pick 4, one of those go-to wagers. You don't want to miss it. 8 minutes to think about it. One down, 9 to go. Yep. She got warmer in here all of a sudden. Oh, boy. Well, they threw a camera in here, eh? Yeah, so they got me on camera now, some. So, yeah, this ugly mug. August, and I did Pinnet in Prince Edward Island the day after the Gold Cup and Sausage, just a matinee card. Yeah. Two pair mutual and about 15 matinee. Amateur. Yeah, amateur non-betting, yeah. Your attention, ladies and gentlemen. I've just been handed two late scratches for tonight's race car. Just been handed two late scratches by racing officials here. If you want to skip on over to race number 5, there was a late scratch of number 7, Miss Tori. Again, this is in race number 5. It is a late scratch, a judge's scratch of 7, Miss Tori. And the final change, the final late scratch just coming in over into race number 10. In the 10th race, scratch the 6, HP Momentum. This would be another judge's scratch. Take out the 6. In race 10, we're about 6 minutes out from race number 2. Was kind of tight. The show photo, or fourth place photo there in the opener, it did actually go to the 7, Flamin' Terror, over the 3, Rose Nikki. 4 minutes away from race number 2 again. Race 2 is starting. Our early pick 4 here now in London. Keep that in mind. This go-to wager, the early pick 4, will begin in race number 2 now going forward here. We're about 4 minutes away from race number 2. There's your field page. And opening up as an early favorite here, number 2, Shanghai James, in from Woodbine Mohawk Park. And some action as well for that one, Dow's Up, who has been perfect in just 2 career outings. And we'll have to give a shout-out here to Dan Clements, who has been in the sulky quite a bit this past summer, but this will be his first drive at the raceway for a pari-mutuel race anyway in quite some time. So we'll look forward to Dan driving number 1, Dow's Up, here in race number 2. We've got pick 4 tickets to set up here now on race number 2 again. This is a change to our wagering menu that will continue going forward here. Race 2 will begin the early pick 4 going forward here in London. Pretty much co-favorites right now, both 1 and 2 here in race number 2. And that's where I've gone, Robert. Dow's Up has done nothing wrong, and Shanghai James catching some eyes there, especially off that last trip, 55-2, with a nice back half over Woodbine Mohawk Park.
Yeah, and it was deceptively good too, Sugar. I mean, it looks one of those lines in the program where, yeah, you do see a pretty fast time. It's over a bigger surface, big back half, had pace on the end of it, and I think is going to really like getting into this spot here. Now there's a 5,000 life at the raceway, so. For me, I went with that one on top, but I do think that it's a 2-horse race. I mean, like you said, Dow's Up's done nothing wrong, and is one you have to have on the ticket. So for me, this looks like a 2-horse affair, but we've been fooled before.
Fooled before in London. That never happens. Over to race number 3. Now, I'm on the 4 and 7 there. I believe you've included 3 there. She's trucking now.
Yeah, that's the one I'm adding in there.
Okay.
She's Trucking Now is just one that I thought that, gets a little bit of a post edge on those ones and has been racing, relatively well, I thought, and kind of an improving type. It's her first Prospect Series final of the night, and this one was a winner at that level 2 back. So I just like getting the inside of those other 2 that I thought looked pretty logical. And again, we're going to say it again, if you end up just kind of chalking out here, what can it really pay, right? So we need to try to find some value at some point.
Okay, in that 3rd race, the 4, Fine By Me, a little suspect last time out, was rolling through some decent fractions, and that the 3rd quarter likely did it for him because he finished well back in there. We're expecting him to bounce back a little more. That 4, Fine By Me, in the 3rd.
Yeah, I think so. You've got to respect her chances, right? I mean, she was an easy winner in the two prior starts and did so on the front end, and it might just be like an anomaly, right? Just kind of stop that time and should rebound in a big way. But I think it's still cause for concern because I would think likely the favorite, right? That we do have a horse with a lower morning line, but that's out from post 7 for Gimme a Corona. So I think Fine By Me will be the favorite in there. And again, if we can rebound off the latest, she might make her way to the winner's circle.
I did pick that morning line favorite, the 7, Gimme a Corona, only because she did close up well over Flamborough. And you know, that was into a quick back half, too. So I don't mind her chances in there.
Yeah, I don't mind her chances either because, I mean, again, you winning 2 in a row, 4 of 7 on the season. And, you know, again, I've got to kind of get used to things again that post 7, you know, might not be as difficult here at the Raceway as it is at Grand River.
Right.
And that's where I've been handicapping all summer, right? Someone actually asked me today, you know, how does it stack up, you know, the outermost post here versus Grand River? And I mean, the 8-hole there has absolutely no chance in most races. Whereas if you've got one with speed, you can get away, you know, from post 7 here. So I think that obviously Gimme a Corona, a big player. I just thought maybe, you know, we might want to put one towards the inside of the gate.
I go back to a guy that we had at a pregame show here years ago. He's racing here tonight, Billy Davis Jr. He would take the 7-hole all day here in London, and I bet so too would Doug McNair. Some guys can get them away from that 7-hole.
Yeah, you can blast off. There's no question about it. And maybe even if you've got one with early speed, it might be a bit of an edge, right? Because you kind of crash down on top of them. I know a lot of guys don't like. I mean, I like betting the rail here, but some guys actually say that it can be detrimental to a horse that has kind of just some tactical speed,
right? Because
they can kind of get crowded in the first turn, and that's where they make mistakes.
Right on. That 4th race, Marshall Zukov, we talked about it already. We'll mention it again. New owners, another one that's rarely done anything wrong. He's only been beaten once tonight. He tries for 6 in a row. Likely a key for many in that 3rd leg of the early pick 4.
Yeah, it's so hard to look past Marshall Zukov. I mean, he's been a horse that has already been dominating. Has been one that you can kind of hang your hat on week in, week out in the Prospect Series, and it now goes to the powerful barn of Richard Moreau. So, I mean, again, I think that many are going to treat that one, like I said, as the free spot in the bingo square. We know nothing's free in horse racing, though, right? I mean, you still got to go out there and earn the victory, but I think that that race might just be a formality.
All right, that's going to wrap up our pick 4 ticket idea here. I've gone deepest of all in that final leg in race number 5. I can see the horses and drivers making their way from across the road through the tunnel, stepping out here shortly. Thanks so much. Robert Reed Jr. with us on track this evening. We'll be catching up with Robert throughout the night, and Nathan Bain as well, standing by for Paddock hits this evening. Post parade for race 2 is next. Race 2 starter stepping out. We're still on the pace. Rookie Colson Geldings here. Exacta try Superfect the start of the early pick 4. Number 1, Dow's Up for Sally Charlton, Dave Dighton, Sergio Vespa, the trainers Lindsay Kerr. Hey, welcome back to the Raceway. Dan Clements on board. Number 2, Shanghai James, ships in from Woodbine Mohawk Park for Hudson Standardbred Stable Inc. of Quebec. Sean Stacy condition, Scott Coulter aboard. Radin Rabeling on board. Number 3, Dalen Ryson, Kyle Rabeling, the owner-trainer. From the center post 4, One Crazy Guy. This one for Bob McIntosh Stables Inc., Al McIntosh Holdings Inc., with Bob doing the training, Brett McDonald doing the driving. The connections trying to come right back here in the second with 4, One Crazy Guy. Travis Henry aboard a first-time starter here at number 5, a Liberty Royal. It's owned by Ross Family Farms Limited. Vicky Gregg condition. Travis Henry on the 5. JJS Stables, the owner, Katarina Bosniak. The conditioner of 6, Bud Lightning, Tyler Moore. Outside chance for number 7. This is Free to Dream for Luke and Anita Willett with Anita training. Colin Kelly has another 7-hole here to start things off in London. And then the trailing spot, we go 7 wide plus a trailer. 8 horse trailing out. Let's Go Jude. Terry Fritz owning, training, driving, sharing ownership with Rick Ryer. There you have it. 8 pacers, 7 on gate, plus 1 late. Exactor Try Superfecta. This one starts a $5,000 guaranteed pool pick 4. All righty, setting things up here then for race number 2. You still have time to fire in late on this early pick 4. Even money right now on number 1, Dow's up. It's the return of Dan Clements to the driver's room here in London, and it's been a while since Dan's driven a horse here in a pari-mutuel race. Getting a look right now, number 2, Shanghai James. This one from Woodbine Mohawk Park. Now, I know you know this horse, Robert. Tell us about this 2-year-old son of Shanghai Phil.
Well, first of all, I thought the qualifier was pretty good, all things considered. And then obviously in that first start, was in against tough company and owners of 1 or 5,000 life at Mohawk Park. Had the 8-hole, got away 8th off the gate, and was never really able to get into it. But look at that back half. It was a lively one in 55-2, and I thought that it was some nice late pace on the end of that mile, and it should serve him well against this group here. Now, wasn't the biggest score down ever for Shanghai James, kind of just a leisurely score down initially. But
and here he comes again, right?
A little more lively now, coming in front of us here with Scott Coulter. And I think that, he's one that you've got to give a lot of respect to, getting away from that company, coming here, drawing inside, and that late pace last time. Like I said, if we see that demonstrated earlier on in the mile this time around, I think he might be tough to beat.
It's pretty good size, too. Hey, a 2-year-old son of Shanghai Phil. Scott Coulter certainly knows his way to the winner's circle here in London. He's on board, number 2. And Shanghai James here at 9-5. Still 6-5 action there for the 1, Dow's up. And we're going to get a look right here. And now, Dan Clements on board. The 1, Dow's up for trainer Lindsay Kerr. What are you seeing right next to him, Robert?
Well, good-looking son of Shadow play. That
Is
for
he
sure.
ever.
Looks pretty confident. Got a swagger to him, no question about that.
Yeah.
And how about the resurgence of Dan Clements, right? Coming,
you bet.
Out of retirement and doing just fine with a 386 average and 55 wins on the season. I mean, it's pretty remarkable. Great to see him here at the Raceway tonight, and driving a horse that certainly looks live off 2 victories. And now I got Tyler Moore. He's in part of my fan club. You can see here he's coming over to see me.
It's awesome. You know what? He has a Winner's Circle music song somewhere from Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Band, and that alone makes me a fan of Tyler Moore.
Yeah, absolutely. Tyler Moore. Listen, a great guy. Also, I didn't know until just recently can call races too. I don't know
Is that
if he
right?
has a race call.
Wow.
Grand River Raceway.
Yeah.
Man, oh man, can he ever call a race? So, something to think about one day, Sugar. If you want to take a break.
Can he do it better than Anthony MacDonald?
You know what? I haven't heard that one yet. I have heard that I need to stack it up against that one to compare to drivers. But Tyler Moore can hold his own against anybody, I think.
Yeah, I go back. It's years ago now. Anthony called one, Flamborough or Grand River. I believe Jody was driving the horse that he was mentioning, sort of like you put him in a box, he'll send him. The postman, something like that.
Yeah, definitely.
It was all right. A little over a minute here to wager on the early pick 4 at the Raceway. Number 4, One Crazy Guy. You know what? The connection's trying to come right back in here.
Yeah, and I underestimated this horse last time, September 23rd. I went out there and was a winner. I was kind of disappointed in those previous outings, but it was a much improved effort. Showed some nice get up and go late in the mile to get up by 3/4 of a length. And you know what? I mean, would I be surprised if we saw, Bob McIntosh and Brett McDonald come right back and win race number 2? Not really. But I do think this one's in against a little bit tougher tonight than last time. I think the inside 2 are tough to beat.
Could be that inside 2 exactor box. If you can double your money on an exactor box with 1 and 2 in here, it might be the way to go. 1, 2, 2, 1. one. Seconds away. Final thoughts here on the opening leg of an early pick 4, Robert?
Just Shanghai James for me. I mean, again, Dow's up has done nothing wrong.
Yeah.
I'm just hoping that they get away 1-2 off the gate. May the best horse win. I'll take the better price, right? You're getting 2-1 versus even money.
Cool.
And a horse that I think might be sitting on a big one.
Sounds good. Seconds away. Starting gate. Rolling into position here. Still time. You'd have to hurry, though. Race 2 in London. Gates moving. From the rail up, Dow's up, Dan Clement, Shanghai James, Scott Coulter, Dalen Ryson, Braden Rebelling, the 4s, One Crazy Guy, Brett McDonald, the first timer, 5, Liberty Royal. Travis Henry, 6 is Bud Lightning, Todd Moore, 7 outside, Free to Dream, Colin Kelly, trailing 8. Let's Go Jude, Terry Fritz, top of the stretch. Picking up speed, here they come. Opening leg of an early pick 4 in London. They're off and leaving sharply. Number 1, Dow's up. Dow's up for Dan Clements in complete control here in the early going. Racing out of second is Dalen Ryson. Dalen Ryson finds a neat seat there in second. Up for the trailing spot to be third was Let's Go Jude. And settled into fourth for the outside gate was Free to Dream. Fifth best away. Shanghai James closed up at 3-2 as a second choice. Goes about 9 lengths off the lead for Coulter. Here's the quarter mile. 29-2. Zipped right along by Dow's up. 2-year-old Colt, son of Shadow Play. Had some swagger on parades. Got some swagger right now. At 3/8 completion, he is all alone out there by 5. Dalen Ryson continuing second, traveling third. Let's Go Jude, and now getting underway. There goes Shanghai James, taking fourth, fifth and in for Free to Dream, sixth and wide, One Crazy Guy. Then it's back to Liberty Royal, and a gapped off trailer, Bud Lightning. The half clocked up at 1 4/5. Nice breather, and the field got closer to the leader. That is still Dow's up going forward, battling on for second. Shanghai James, the Woodbine Mohawk Park ship in, though he's sputtering right here. Maybe the straightaway helps him out as they roll up to 3/4. Back on top by 2.5. It's Dow's up. Dow's up. Out there striding away. Back on for the deuce here. Shanghai James giving up a little bit there in third. Dalen Ryson way up on the outside, coming 3 deep now. Out of fourth, that is One Crazy Guy. They're 3 across and heads the park for second. Getting away from them again. On top by 5, make it 6 now. Dow's up. He was at 3/4, 129-3. He was 28-4 through the third, and he's a wrapped up winner. Dan took a look over his shoulder, and nobody's close. Dan Clements back to the winner's circle here in London. Dow's up remains perfect at 3 for 3. Shanghai James shipping in, finished second, and closing up very strong to be third was the 5, Liberty Royal. 158-1. Dow's up. Perfect thus far in his young career for trainer Lindsay Kerr. Up. He was at 3/4, 129. Winner. Dan took a look over his shoulder, and nobody's close. Dan Clements back to the winner's circle here in London. Dow's up remains perfect at 3 for 3. Shanghai James shipping in, finished second, and closing up very strong to be third was the 5, Liberty Royal. 158-1. Returning down in front now, Robert Reed Jr. right down on track. He was noting how this Dow's up colt Had some swagger to him. He's still got that swagger as he goes back into the winner's circle here. His first time ever in London, and he remains perfect now. 3 for 3. He goes right to his life best, 158-1, taking over Sarnia back on September 10th. And here he is in London, his raceway debut. 2-year-old colt son of Shadow Play out of So What's Up by Badlands Hanover. Owned by Sally Charlton, Dave Dighton, Sergio Vespa, Lindsay Kirkondition, Dan Clements on board for the victory. Welcome back to London, Dan. Hope to see you in the winner's circle many more times. Dan get up to 55 and now 56 driving wins here in Ontario quickly this summer and his return from retirement. Great to see. Dow's up. Takes race 2 and 158-1. Congratulations. Top 4 unofficial. 1, 2, 5, and 4. Going official here in race 2. Dow's Up was a winner. Shanghai James second. Dalen Ryson fifth. One Crazy Guy fourth. Liberty Royal finished third. Closed up very strong. Put a big circle around that one for next time out wherever he shows up. Bud Lightning finished 8th, Free to Dream 7th, Let's Go Jude 6th, 29-2, a minute 4 fifths, 129-3, a mile of 58-1. That's a back half, 57-2. Dow's Up in his raceway debut. Top down, a 125-4-3, 876, $3 to win. Exactor came back at $5.70. Dollar try, 24.25. Super for a buck, 57.40. And this evening's daily double, 670. You know, that's all right. 670 for the early double combo of 2 and 1. Our third race of 10 is next. Race number 3 up and coming. It's the first of 8 Prospect Series finals. 2-year-old fillies on the pace are next. It's a field of 7. All noses on gate for an exactor try. Superfecta, the start of a pick 3 play. Again, the remaining 8 races are all Prospect Series finals. $15,000 purse up for grabs. A blanket presentation following each and every race. 6 minutes to post time on the upcoming third. Alrighty, so we've been talking to Robert Reed Jr. throughout the evening. I mentioned earlier on that we've got our eyes and ears down around the paddock with Nathan Bain. We're going to try to hook up with him here right now prior to race number 3. I'm told maybe just hold off on that then. We're about 2 minutes away from the upcoming third race, a Prospect Series final for the 2-year-old fillies. $15,000 purse up for grab for 7 pacers. Opening up as the favorite, number 7, Gimme a Corona. We'll try to overcome that outside post. And yeah, I'm told Nathan is standing by. So Nathan Bain, tell us about your time thus far in the paddock this evening, opening night at the Raceway. A little glitch. Again, we've got opening night glitches, and that's bound to happen, right? It's been about 4 months since we've put on a live card here in London, but we will try to track down Nathan Bain down around the paddock throughout this evening's card. We've had Robert Reed Jr. on hand and around the winner's circle, and you know what? 2 races in, and we've got a maiden mark back in race number 1 for Quite Nice, and then over into race number 2, Dow's Up. Lots. We're looking forward to his Raceway debut, and we just saw him remain perfect at 3 for 3 for trainer Lindsay Kerr. And again, nice to see Dan Clements out of retirement and back into the winner's circle here in London. We'll look forward to seeing him there lots more during this fall, winter, and spring race meet. Brand new season. We've got about 126 race dates carded through this race meet, so it'll get busy enough real soon. Back next week, Monday, Tuesday, and Friday evening start times, and of course Tuesday evening featuring the Ontario Sire Stakes Gold action for the 3-year-old trotters, a pair of $100,000 plus gold events. We'll look forward to that. Track records in jeopardy, of course, for the 3-year-old trotters. And looking ahead to October 14th, Harness the Hope Night featuring the OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship, part of that Harness the Hope card on Friday, October 14th. And we're happy to bring you guest handicappers, Robert Reed Jr., Nahu Picks back on board, Nathan Bain, Ontario Racing, of course, and myself, I try to pick a winner here and there. And so great to have our guest handicappers in play for this evening and going forward. We've got race 3 coming up here shortly, and again, it's the first of 8 Prospect Series finals. Stepping in on Post Parade now, the starters for race number 3. It's a Prospect Series final. 2-year-old fillies on the pace. $15,000 purse up for grabs. Here's Paul McKenzie. On board number 1, Lions Lady Luck for Rick and Randy Ryer, along with S. Ryer Holdings, Inc. Randy does the trading. Number 2, You Were Saying, Billy Davis Jr. on board for Greg McNair. Theodore Davis. Greg does the trading. Welcome back to the Raceway, Billy Davis. Number 3, she's trucking now. Travis Henry on board for Shirley Symes. The trainer's Tisha Symes. And then Red McDonald up on 4, Fine By Me. Bob McIntosh Stables, Inc. Mardon Stables share the ownership with Bob McIntosh Training. We've got a 5, apparently. Control Alt Delete for Howard Taylor. Trainer Greg McNair. Scott Coulter. There would be that 4, Fine By Me. Brett McDonald for Bob McIntosh and Mardon Stables. Couple more to go here. The 6, Shine Brighter. Tyler Borth for Bob McIntosh Stables, Inc. Al McIntosh Holdings, Inc. with Bob Trading. 7 outside. Gimme a Corona. This one for 83 Racing of Toronto, Ontario. Meg Crone condition. Jason Ryan stays on board for the drive. Tries to make it 3 in a row here. Prospect Series final coming up. Exactor try. Superfecta. This one starting a pick 3 play. And you know what, Robert Reed Jr., great to see Dan back in the winner's circle. I know you may have tried to get hold of him there. You know what, if we can get him for an interview at some point tonight, by all means, do so.
Yeah, I know it would be great, wouldn't it? I mean, it's just a fantastic story, you know, him coming back and doing so well, right? I mean, it's not...
Yeah.
I'm sure for these guys it might be, you know, just like riding a bike, but I mean, you know, at the same time, to come back and do it at that level is very impressive.
When you mentioned 55 wins, I'm like, where did that come from?
Yeah, no, it's true. It kind of just was one of those things where, you know, every time I would watch, you know, Hiawatha Horse Park, I'd see him just piling up the victories, you know, and again, you know, for such a great guy, it's really nice to see, you know, him having that success. And that's a pretty good one there. By the way, I feel a little bit foolish that I picked against Dow's Up, and I said that to them in the winner's circle.
Right.
I mean, that was as easy as pie. And I mean, I think if he was able to race in the final of the Prospect Series, he might have been one that was going to be tough to catch.
Yeah, you know what? On looks alone, Robert, in post parade, he was a winner.
Oh, he was. I mean, that swagger was so impressive. I mean, for me, again, I have my picks locked in, and I'm not going to stray from them.
Right.
Sometimes we might, right, because we're on a live broadcast. I probably should have when I saw that, because very rarely do you see a horse looking that confident right before the word go.
He looked confident throughout. Even under the wire, he's wrapped up.
Yeah, he was. I mean, Dan was actually looking over at the screen, I think, just to see how big the margin of victory was.
Yeah.
And, you know, he could have had himself a sandwich or a coffee in the stretch drive.
Right. I know Lindsay was looking forward to racing him. Let's go to this 4, Fine By Me now on the monitors for trainer Bob McIntosh, Brett McDonald teaming up once again to McIntosh and McDonald. They're busy here tonight early.
Yeah, they are. They've got a lot in to go tonight, and teamed up with Brett as well. And again, this is one that, you know, like I said, you know, I thought might be bet down to favoritism. Right now is the second choice to give me a Corona, but one that you've got to look at and like that early speed, right? I mean, we've seen it hold up so far tonight. I mean, it is usually pretty good here at the Raceway, and this is one that I think is going to be barreling out of there.
Yeah, he shows nothing but cutting them out in the last 4 outings. But a little bit of a clunker there last time out. But, you know, Bob McIntosh, if there was a problem last time, you can count on it being fixed tonight.
Yeah, and it jumps off the page, right? It's not one of those ones where you see it kind of scattered in the past performances, the odd performance like that. That one kind of stands out. The only other one that you might try to knock is the ones that, you know, at Mohawk Park. And other than that, they're pretty solid lines throughout, especially in the Prospect Series. So yeah, I was finding it hard to go against Fine By Me in here. And 8-5 on the board, I think right now is a fair price.
It's decent price. I've gone to the favorite here, though. 3-5 on an outside post starter here in London. You know, you're taking a chance because at the mercy really of the pace, because there's not a whole lot of gate speed being showed from outside post by the 7. Give Me a Corona, though she did close into a quick final half to win last time out. Jason Ryan was on board for trainer Meg Crone, but you know what? When you're leaving post 7 and you don't have gate speed, you can count on maybe being, 8-9 lengths back here in the early going.
Yeah, that's the truth. And, you learn pretty quickly, right, playing, the Raceway or any half-mile surface for that matter, that you don't want to take short prices from the outside of the gate, right? And really, sometimes just on principle, you're supposed to play against those ones. And again, I'm not taking anything away from Give Me a Corona. It's my second choice in the race, but 4 to 5 is a tough pill to swallow from post 7.
One thing the 4 Fine By Me does have is that early speed and any kind of breather at all up front for that 2-year-old daughter of Sunshine Beach, and she could go all the way. As mentioned, did throw a clunker out there last time, but we'll look for a huge bounce-back effort from that filly tonight, being sent out by trainer Bob McIntosh. We're just over a little over a minute to play race number 3. Again, this one's starting a pick 3, exacta, try, super. We are back. Welcome back to the Raceway here at Western Fair District, London, Ontario's half-mile harness racing action. As mentioned, we're in to go with about 126 cards of racing. We're going Monday, Tuesday, and Friday evenings, and on into January, we'll be on the 4 days per week schedule of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. Again, we are back, and we are seconds away from race number 3. It's the first of 8 Prospect Series Finals. This one's for 2-year-old fillies on the pace. Purse $15,000. Blanket presentation to follow. Final call. The starter calls the horses. Gates moving. All 7 noses on gate here for the 2-year-old fillies in a Prospect Series final. Lions Lady Luck, then You Were Saying, she's trucking now. Fine By Me is in the center. Control, Alt, Delete, Shine Brighter, and then it's Give Me a Corona for 7 across. A 16th out, here to come. Off and pacing. Billy Davis Jr. teaming up. You Were Saying. To get her on out of there from the center, this is going to be Fine By Me, and Brett McDonald looking to go around and loop this early leader. Fine By Me, daughter of Sunshine Beach, does take control here as they straighten for the backside run. You Were Saying. Pockets up in second, traveling all alone in third. Lions Lady Luck, midfield fourth for Shine Brighter. 5th best away, a gapped off. She's trucking now, and that's got Give Me a Corona at even money, at least 10 lengths off the lead. The earliest trailer, Control, Out the lead. 28-2 for a fired up Fine By Me. She's trying for that bounce back win here tonight, and she is trying to go right down the road here in London. This is Fine By Me, and Brett McDonald in command. Second best, You Were Saying, here at 9-1, is tripping out. Traveling third, Lions Lady Luck, and now gaining on the outside. She's trucking now, motoring on up, and she is just taking the show dough for now, following up on that speed. Give Me a Corona. Now she's only 4.5 lengths off the lead. Then it's back to Shine Brighter and still treading. Control, Out the lead. Half clocked up at a nifty 57-3. Too much for Fine By Me? It could be. Fine By Me, and she's trucking now. They hook up now, and they are heads apart as they drive on by 3/4. 1:27-4. She's trucking now at 8-1, shoving a length in front of Fine By Me, who could not go with 3-1 on the outside. There goes Give Me a Corona. Give Me a Corona. Here is an even money shot, swooping up for Jason Ryan and takes control into the stretch. Give Me a Corona makes it to the top. Lions Lady Luck with some late pace for McKenzie. Give Me a Corona. Ryan for Crone takes the Prospect Series for 2-year-old fillies. Lions Lady Luck finishing second. Appeared to be You Were Saying third. Over she's trucking now. 1:58-2. Give Me a Corona from off the pace. Unofficial winner here, number 7. Give me a Corona over the 1. Lions Lady Luck here at 25 to 1. She's in for the deuce. Holding third, number 2, you were saying, and 3. She's trucking now for 7, 1, 2, and 3. It's unofficial. Returning to the winner's circle here in London, give me a Corona, her richest payday thus far comes in the Prospect Series final for 2-year-old pacing fillies. This 2-year-old daughter of Control the Moment out of Western Jewel by Western Terror, owned and bred by 83 Racing of Toronto, Ontario, Meg Crone conditioned. Jason Ryan driven to win the fillies' 5th career victory. Again, she takes it in the Prospect Series final for 2-year-old pacing fillies. And a blanket presentation here taking place. Ontario Racing Prospect Series blanket goes to Gimme a Corona. Even money. Second choice takes the 3rd in London. Congratulations. Going official here. Lions Lady Luck was 2nd. You were saying 3rd. She's trucking now 4th. Fine by Me was 6th. Control Out the Lead 5th. Shine Brighter was 7th. Give Me a Corona won it. 28 and 2, 57 and 3, 127 and 4. The mile 158 and 2. And again, that is 5 career victories for this 2-year-old filly. Give Me a Corona. Top down a 2, 3, 4, 6, 5, 7, 1. She paid $4.10. Exactor $41.60. Dollar Try $76.25. That's super for a buck. $199.60. 4th up and coming. Still on the pace, and it's the 2-year-old boys for a Prospect Series final. A field of 6 expected to be a heavy fave. Up next, the 3, Marshall Zukov for the New Connections.
The Central Ontario Standardbred Association is working with you to ensure a vibrant horse racing community. Shared stories call for a united voice. That's COSA, representing the interests of horse people racing at Ontario racetracks. So whether you're first, last, or somewhere in between, we've got your back. With insurance, benefits, free lifetime memberships, and more. COSA. Follow our stories on social and check out the process at cosaonline.com.
Two-minute warning here for race number 4 as we await the post parade for the upcoming 4th race. Again, we'll get a look at the 2-year-old Colts and Geldings Pacers for a $15,000 Prospect Series final. Another blanket presentation for Ontario Sire Stakes with us on track tonight for those blanket presentations. See the horses for race number 4 vacating the paddock here, and they'll be on post parade here soon. Looking ahead to tomorrow evening, part of our simulcast menu here on track. It's the Bulldog Hanover Indigo at Dayton, and up and around race 12 tomorrow evening. That's around 11, and we're gonna stay open for it here at the track for simulcast tomorrow evening, so come on by. It's the Bulldog Hanover Indigo tomorrow evening at Dayton Raceway. We'll have it for you on our simulcast, carded as race 12 tomorrow evening. It's scheduled to go off at about 11 p.m., but we will stay open for the Bulldogs. Dayton debut tomorrow evening. Here we go, post parading now. Pacers, 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Pacers for a Prospect Series final. Led by number 1, it's Olchek. For the stable Olchek Group, Mario Bayarjan, the trainer driver. Welcome back to London, Mario. Number 2, Hidden Article. This one for Kevin Skilton, trainer Dwayne Spitzig, the driver Tyler Moore. Number 3, Marshall Zukov, Frederick MacDonald of Cornwall, Prince Edward Island now owning. Actually, there is an ownership change. I'll get that for you. Richard Morrow now training for the new connections here. Brett MacDonald on 3, Marshall Zukov. Number 4, Hamac Victor. It's Travis Henry for Hamac Farms Limited. Trainer Vic Putty also on the ownership line with Limco Inc. and Rodney Locke. Number 5, It Takes Two, Jason Ryan. Jason Ryan trying to come right back in here for Kim McNiven, along with Don Douglas, the trainer Scott McNiven. And then the outside post 6, Pebble Beach Pro. Another one for the McNiven barn here. Kim and Brad McNiven, along with Tom Broadhurst and Shirley Griffin, sharing ownership. Scott McNiven training. Lauren House on 6, Pebble Beach Pro. Those are your starters. 6 Colts, 2-year-old Pacers here. Exactor Try Super, and it's a daily double kicking off here, and 6 rookie Pacers. Before we get to it there, I just mentioned we've got the Bulldog on simulcast tomorrow evening. Robert Reed Jr. He's down at Dayton on the 5/8s, and he's just so good right now. He's been good all summer.
Oh, yeah, I've heard him called the horse from a different planet. And that's what he is to me, right? He is that horse from a different planet. He's just been unbelievable. And, Sugar, listen, we always knew Bulldog was a superstar. But for me now, he's unseated, who I thought were the greatest horses of all time. I mean, we're witnessing something that, again, I've never seen in my lifetime. And just complete and utter domination. And, I mean, racing against the best of the best. And it's not even close every single time he steps on the track.
Well, this is it. I'm working the floor here on the Parimutuel tomorrow evening with the simulcast, and when I saw he was in a Dayton, darn straight, we're gonna bring in Dayton tomorrow evening. We're gonna show this race. He's got a huge fan base right now, and that win at Hoosier Park, new track record there, and the way he paced off from them, it was just crazy.
Yeah, it is. It's like I said, it's something we haven't witnessed before. And the great thing about Bulldog Hanover right now is he's bringing people to harness racing that may not have been, the horse racing fans, but now we're taking more notice because there's this horse named Bulldog Hanover that's just doing incredible things, fastest horse, of all time, and going out there against the best of the best and making it look easy. So that's great for the sport. And, I saw someone the other day say that it's getting to the point now where you can't even try to beat them, even if you're looking for value, because you're just throwing money away.
Pretty much. I remember being face-to-face with him back in mid-July. I left with a parting gift. Trainer Jack Darling sent me home with a couple of bar shoes. Now, he said he never raced with them, but he had worn them this spring, and they're hanging on my office wall here. And you know what? The more I see him race, the more he wins. They're just becoming a one of my most prized possessions.
Oh, absolutely. I'd love to get my hands on something like that, Sugar. You better keep an eye on them tonight because I saw them on your wall.
Right on. Let's go to race number 4 then. These are the Colts. These are the Colt Pacers for Prospect Series Finals. You know what? Blanket presentations, very cool. $15,000 purse up for grabs. Who do you like?
Well, this one's, a pretty easy one, I think, to go with who we like. And, I'll be honest, I'm surprised he's 1-2. I was shocked that he kind of opened off at around 8-5. And it dipped down as low as 2-5, but still at 1-2. I thought Marshall Zukov would be more like 1-9, and maybe we see that price come post time. He's been unbelievable so far this season, especially in the Prospect Series. And his lone defeat, I remember it well. Why? Because I was actually on the winner in that race at Grand River Raceway. So
is that right?
Yeah, and you know what? He didn't race poorly in defeat. It was a good effort there. Just got beat by a better horse on that occasion. And since then, he's rhymed off 5 straight. So I think going to the barn of Richard Moreau, Brett McDonald aboard, you've got to obviously think this one is the clear one to beat. And I guess we'll see, though, right? That's still a horse race.
It's another son of Shadow Play we're seeing this evening. And you know what? We saw a Shadow Play winner back in race number 2, Dan Clements on board Dow's Up. This fellow's got some swagger, too, but the looks of it, we're seeing him right down in front, Robert.
Yeah, he does. He's got a little bit of swagger to him. He's got his ears up, and this is the first time that Brett's been aboard this horse, though, right? Mario Baerjean trained this horse prior to this horse being purchased, and was also aboard in all of his efforts so far. So he's getting to know him right now, and he's done very well with connected with Richard Moreau, and looks like this one, is a pretty good colt. Right
on. We're just over a minute left for wagers here. Mario, you mentioned, is with us tonight. He's on the 1, Olchek, and we're getting a look at Mario Baerjean back in London on board this Olchek colt. Here's another 2-year-old son. This one by Sunshine Beach, 4-1 right now, makes him a second choice. Now Mario's got to be looking over to his right with Marshall Zukov, who he's been on board.
Yeah, he knows this horse very well, and you would think that he'd be looking for the 2-hole. That's kind of the ideal situation, I think, right? Olchek has speed off the gate, has the rail to work from. Mario does it all on this horse for the stable, and he's put together a nice campaign as well with 6 on the board finishes and 10 starts and 3 victories. So I think that's that's the probable lineup here. But the other horse that kind of caught my eye, just as an improving type, is the two Hidden Article. I think that the game plan's got to be to go forward off the gate in here, and maybe just a notch below those two, but I think he's one that might be able to sneak into the exotics.
Did have that huge win over Leamington last time out. When you're getting home in 30 at Leamington, that's all right. It was a bet pretty heavy in there, but had a couple of show finishes before that, so definitely looking to be riding up close here. Will be Todd more with that two Hidden Article, and could add some value to the try here.
Yeah, I think so. 15-1 right now, inside post. And again, we're looking at that race at Leamington. Yeah, it's a little bit slower, but that's, not bad. 2:01 and 3 there. Looked like more of a training mile when you saw it, live on television too. So I think that this is one, again, you're looking to just get away off the gate, sit in, and see what you can get. And my hope would be maybe split them in the exacta or land on the bottom end of the try.
All righty, here we go. It's more Prospect Series finals coming right up. It's the 2-year-old Colts. And Gelding's on the pace. Starter is looking for them to line up. Gates moving. Here we go from the inside. Olchek. Hidden Article. Marshall Zukov trying for 6 in a row. Hamac Victor. It Takes Two. And Pebble Beach Pro. All 6 making their Raceway debut. An 1/8 of a mile out. It's the second of 8 Prospect Series finals in London. Here they come. And away they go. First to show, Hidden Article. First off the car for Tottenmore. Along the inside, Olchek trying to secure a spot up close. Floating on into there for third. Heavy favorite, Marshall Zukov. Fired up here in the early going is the 2 Hidden Article. Bumpy gated and off stride briefly in the backfield was the 5. It Takes Two. Striding out there to lead by 4. Hidden Article, 2-year-old son of sports rider, in complete control here in the early going. He's tugging hard on Moore at 30-1. 28-1, quick opening quarter-mile speed for this long shot leader, Hidden Article. Second best is Olchek, backed off into third, and patiently sitting third. Marshall Zukov. Traveling with them in fourth is Hamac Victor. Then it's back to It Takes Two. And trailing the field, Pebble Beach Pro. Out here in the center of the track, Marshall Zukov is out there in third, though driving on. Hidden Article still the one. Olchek is second. Out there in third, Marshall Zukov. Fourth and in for Hamac Victor. The half clocked up in 57-4. And now it's 3/8 left to go and still going forward. The long shot leader, Hidden Article, gaining now on the outside, though a little bumpy gated there is the heavy favorite, Marshall Zukov, who closed up at 1-9. That's cover now for Hamac Victor, who angled off the pylons at a fourth. That one now third. That one now second. And taking aim at the heavy favorite leader after 3/4. Hit me. 127-4. Marshall Zukov. This is Hamac Victor, who will give him all he can handle with just over an 8 left to go. Olchek is right there in the box in third. Into the stretch they come. Heavy fade. Marshall Zukov under a 2-pronged attack now. Hamac Victor. Olchek coming to him. To the line, Marshall Zukov just enough. McDonald for Morrow. Second best was Olchek. Then came Hamac Victor. Hidden Article 150, 8-3. 6 in a row for Marshall Zukov. It comes in a Prospect Series final. Ladies and gentlemen, a judge's inquiry. Judge's inquiry does involve the unofficial winner, number 3, Marshall Zukov. They are going to review a break made by the 3 at the 3/8 completion. Again, hold all tickets. A judge's inquiry does involve this unofficial winner, number 3, Marshall Zukov. They're going to review his break that was made briefly at the 3/8 completion. Hold all tickets till the result becomes official. Right now, it's looking like 3, 1, 4, and 2. Again, it's unofficial. Judge's inquiry involving the unofficial winner. So unofficial winner is down in front. He'll have to survive the judge's inquiry here. The judge's inquiry does involve a number 3 Marshall Zukov. He is down in front for an unofficial winner's circle. Marshall Zukov, a 2-year-old big colt by Shadow Play out of Saffron Seal, steered by Cam Luck. Bred by Fred McDonald of Cornwall, Prince Edward Island, now owned by Michael Legacy. The trainer becomes Richard Morrow for this. Brett McDonald, first time Brett McDonald on board for another victory. This would be 6 in a row in Ontario, should it be made official for Marshall Zukov. The trip tonight in 158 and 3. This would be a Prospect Series final for 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Pacers again. 4th race, still under the judge's inquiry, though if it does get made official, Marshall Zukov would be winning 6 in a row. Blanket presentation by Ontario Sire Stakes there in the 4th. As a result of the judge's inquiry, no violations, and no violations there by 3 Marshall Zukov. 3, 1, 4, and 2 will look to stand here in race 4. Going official here in the 4th, Marshall Zukov a winner, 210 across the board. That exactor worth $360. Dollar try, $520. Super 11 of 45. So Old Chick was second best. Hidden Article 4th. Marshall Zukov was a race winner. Hamac Victor 3rd. It Takes 2 5th. Pebble Beach Pro finished 6th. 28 and 1. 57 and 4. 127 and 4, and it's a mile of 158 and 3. Marshall Zukov does make it 6 in a row. This for the new connections. Owner Michael Legacy. Trainer Richard Morrow, Brett McDonald, first time on board. And for Brett McDonald, yeah, for sure. Driving double here in the early going. Brett McDonald in for 2 already this evening. 5th race up and coming. Exactor Try, Super the start. Well, let's call it Exactor Try Super High Five, actually. Got ahead of myself there. Group of trotters. Reduced field of 7. 6 on gate, plus the trailer here. Race 5 up and coming. Group of trotters. These are 3-year-old fillies for a Prospect Series final. Exactor Try. This is a super high five play. The pool will be paying out to any and all, selecting the top 5 finishers minus a low take. 6 minutes. 6 minutes to play. The super high five in London. Again, this is the non-jackpot high five type. Post parading now. Starters here. We've got trotters for another Prospect Series final. These are 3-year-old fillies led by one. Say Something. Steve Byron on board for M3 Racing Stable of Ohio. John Back's conditions. More to come here. Lloyd Gariel. On board, number 2, Lune du Hara for Hera. Al Astri Inc. of Quebec. It's Denny Gariel, the conditioner. Number 3, Royalty's Dream. Adding Lasix for this. Jason Ryan Paddock for John and Susan Clark. This one trained by Meg Crone. Hot Racing Stable owning Rick Ziron. We call him Rick. For the 4, Gala Halo, Nick Boyd on board. Number 5, Her Grace K. Colin Kelly for the owner-trainer Al Redner. Self-important. Number 6, Bruce Richardson for Morley Bosomworth. Bruce sharing ownership. Bruce conditions. Number 7 was a late scratch. The 8 trailing out. Number 8, Sayonara Angel. This one for owner, trainer, and driver Danny O'Brien. Those are your 7 trotters then for a Prospect Series final. 3-year-old trotting fillies. Exactor, try. This is the early super high five play. A field of 7 for the high five. Non-jackpot type, of course. Pick the top 5 finishers here, and you will get paid 6 to 5 right now. Number 1, Say Something. I've made this one my best bet selection on this evening's card. Shows a 58-2, third best finish. They're 2 back over Grand River Raceway's half-mile track. John Back's condition. Steve Byron on board. Number 1, Say Something. Are you with me, Robert?
Sugar. Listen, and I'm with you with Say Something in here. It's my
Right
top
on.
selection.
Cool.
Even money on the board. I mean, no real surprise there. I mean, you see those OSS grassroots lines, right? And finishing third to Resolving,
Yeah.
2 back. You'd have to think that, now getting back to the Prospect Series where, she's enjoyed some victories this season. She's going to be well suited to handle this group. But at the same time, right, it's just the 5th start for her current connections. And I looked at this race in the pick 5 anyways and decided to spread out because I'm trying to get some kind of number down. But they're paying pretty light with the horses we've seen so far.
Okay, one thing that's kind of jumping out at me right now, though, I do these selections on draw day. There's a lot of late changes not seen, and one thing that I would not have picked up on is the first-time Lasix for number 3, Royalty's Dream. If you take out that last start, this one has every chance to win this race. Number 3, Royalty's Dream, going first-time Lasix, Crone and Ryan.
Yeah, she does. And, she's, 7 and a 9 in the top 2 on the season. And when the horse gets beat by 23 lengths and comes home in 33 and 4, and you see Lasix the next time, you can make your own conclusions that it might be something that really helps her out tremendously. 7 to 2 on the board.
Just look at her right now on the monitors. She's just crazy good looking right now.
Yeah, she is. She's got her head up. She looks pretty confident out there, and a horse again that's already proven she can get the job done at this level, and with the additional Lasix. And listen, I know what it's like to have to make picks on draw date. I do that for the Horse Players Journal. I get a little bit more leeway here, which I love when we're doing the broadcast.
Yeah.
I get to get my picks in a little later, where I get to review a few more things, but we're still locked in pretty early either way.
Yeah, you know what? She did not make my top 4 selections on draw day, but right now I'm making her a top 2 pick just on looks alone. She looks really good here. How's Nick Boyd doing down there?
Oh, he's always doing fantastic. Listen, Nick's always smiling,
Yeah.
right? The man they call Ralphie, a great guy, fantastic driver. And you know what? I like Galahalo in here. I told you that earlier before the start of the program. I think Galahalo's got a chance in here because a similar situation was racing in the OSS grassroots, and last time finished second to Son of a Millionaire. I think we would bet Son of a Millionaire against this group.
For sure.
I mean, that's a classy veteran, and against a 3-year-old filly. And Galahalo's been good in the Prospect Series, and she's a horse that's got a lot of go. The key with her is that she get off the gate. She has made miscues. off the switch this season.
Okay.
But I like Gala Halo for second in here, and wouldn't mind seeing her cause the upset for the pick 5 anyways. Not a bad price of 7-1.
Right. I knew when we were going our separate ways there before post time of race 1 tonight, you had mentioned, I like Nick Boyd tonight. This is the one, eh?
This is the one, Gala Halo. Yeah, I just, sometimes you relate horses to drivers, and Nick's driven this horse a couple times into a nice victory at Georgian Downs on August the 16th. I just, I watched the replays on Gala Halo, and it's a horse that I've always kind of, thought had ability. And this might be the spot where we might see one of her best efforts of her career.
One of the more experienced trotters in here. Check out the 8 Sayonara Angel. 24 trips behind the gate. That's a busy season for a 3-year-old trotter.
It is. I mean, you got 24 starts this year, 10 last year, so she's already got 34, starts to her credit, more than anyone else in the field. She's just 1 for 24, but has shown some, ability at times. I've seen her even go some pretty difficult trips, first over and stuff like that. So she's one that can kind of handle adversity in a mile and still get a piece of it. The problem is that 1 for 34 so far in her career.
Right. Yeah, that kind of stands out there. As mentioned, the most experience here with 34 trips behind the gate, just the single win. And I'm going to go back to one more time on this 3 Royalty Stream. Right now the price is right, 7-2. She's looking so good there on parade. Looked so confident really, and adding Lasix after the clunker last time out. One final thought or two on Royalty's Dream at a post 3?
Well, I just got to ask you, Sugar, is this your first official pick of the parade?
Yeah, this has got to be my post-parade pick. She just looks so confident, and I love the Lasix angle. Already in the winner's circle tonight, Crone and Ryan. I got to go there.
I'd love to see the stats on those, because I know last year they hit at a very high clip, 3-1 on the board. You got to like that.
Right on. Here we go. Thank you, Robert. Exactor try, super high 5 play coming up. It's the 3-year-old filly trotters for another Prospect Series final in London. Gate is moving. They're on the upper turn. Say Something, Lunduhara, Royalty's Dream, Gala Halo. Her Grace K, self-important for 6 on gate. 1 late being Sayonara Angel. They're at the top of the stretch. Will be a gapped off beginning, and now she's off stride. The 4, Gala Halo. Here they come. They're off. It's on. Royalty's Dream. First off the car here for Jason Ryan, protecting the inside lane to come on through for second. Say Something up on the wide side, taking third. Her Grace K. Up in the back tier spot to be fourth was Sayonara Angel. Backed off into fifth, Lunduhara. Then in sixth, Self-Important, and distanced off the gate break, Gala Halo. Up front, large and in charge here, and released at a juicy 5-1. This is Royalty's Dream, just coasting here for Jason Ryan. At 5-1, she was at the quarter in 29 seconds flat. The trip tonight for Say Something, the worst trip tonight for the 5. Her Grace K, who's been left out there in third, fourth and in for Sayonara Angel, picking up the cover to go second over there. In fifth, that is Lunduhara, and with them in sixth, that is Self-Important, setting it up 3 over. It's 3 in, 3 out for the front 6, and well back to Gala Halo with a half in a minute flat. That is 60 seconds for Royalty's Dream, daughter of Royalty for life, bending but not breaking on towards the 5/8. Right there in second, Say Something, 3 deep on the outside. There goes Lunduhara for Guriel. Lunduhara on for third. Battles on for second now, and following on that move will be Self-Important for Bruce. Richardson up and by 3/4 they travel. Royalty's Dream is still there. Lunduhara at double-digit odds, looking this leader in the eye and trying to go by the heavy favorite, Say Something, angled to the outside in third. After 3/4 it was 1:30-3, and Lunduhara did take over. Here's Say Something coming on. Royalty's Dream could not go with the front two now into the stretch. Loon Duhara for the upset. Say Something. The upset is on Loon Duhara in a Prospect Series final. Say Something second. Sayonara Angel finishing third. Royalties Dream fourth in 2 minutes 3/5. Loon Duhara for the Godials. Number 2, Loon Duhara for the upset here. 10-1 in the Prospect Series finals for 3-year-old trotting fillies. Loon Duhara on top. The heavy favorite, Say Something, shook loose. Late to be second best. On for third. Sayonara Angel closed up well, and Royalties Dream finishes fourth. It's a 2-1, 8 and 3 unofficial. And fifth place in that super high five play, number 6, Self-Important. The unofficial winning high five numbers 2, 1, 8, 3, and 6 unofficial. Reporting home, an upset winner here in the Prospect Series final. Number 2, Loon Duhara. 3-year-old bay filly by Muscle Mass. Set up Moonglow by Credit Winner. Owned and read by Hara. Al Steel Inc. of Quebec. It's Denny Guriel, the winning trainer. Luke Guriel, the winning driver. Winning caretaker is back with Loon Duhara. Beautiful blanket presentation here. Ontario Sire Stakes, Ontario Racing. Prospect Series final goes to Loon Duhara in a 5th race upset. Scoring here at 10-1. Congratulations. Going official here. 23.60 on the nose for Loon Duhara. The exactor came back at $40 try, 115 even. The high five, 20 center, $191.49. More payouts here. Daily double, 22.30. Pick 3 for 20 cents, 586. Pick 4 for $1.40, 130. Pick 5 for 20 cents, 16.46. The rundown, Say Something second. Loon Duhara was a race winner. Royalties Dream fourth. Gala Hello finished 7th. Her Grace K was 6th. Self-Important 57 had scratched. And the 8, Sayonara Angel, was a game 3rd. Fractions of 29 a minute. 1:30 and 3 the mile of 2 minutes 3/5. Loon Duhara from the top. 2, 1, 4, 7, 6, 5. Scratch and 3 as we get set to begin the back half of this Friday night season opener at the Raceway at Western Fair District, London, Ontario's half-mile harness racing action. 2-year-old trotting fillies are next. A field of 4 here made the final for an exactor. Win, place wagering, and a start of a pick 5 wager. Again, it's pick 5 wagering starting here in race number 6. Another $5,000 guaranteed pool to chase after. We've got about 9 minutes now, 8 minutes to play. The pick 5 up and coming for race 6. Alrighty, folks, it's a late pick 5 starting up here in race number 6 as we get set to begin the back half of this Friday evening season opener card at the Raceway at Western Fair District, London, Ontario's half-mile harness racing action. And Robert Reed Jr. Down around the winner's circle, it's been a little tough to find the winning connections for an interview, but he is there, ready, willing, and able. And we'll hope to catch up with some of these winning connections throughout the evening. Race number 6, group of trotters. These are 2-year-old trotting fillies up next. You know, one thing I do know here in London, during my time, I'm into my 10th season of calling racing here in London. I have not seen many 2-year-old trotters, boys or girls, here in London during my time. So it's a field of 4 for a Prospect Series final. Heavy action, number 2. And you know what? I might leave it to you to pronounce the name so I know I can get it right here for the race call.
I think it's Saint Ambrosio.
Okay, I'm with you. I'm going there.
Yeah, that's what I call her anyways. And you know, I've actually seen this horse quite a few times throughout this season, Sugar, and very impressive in the Prospect Series. And that's why on my pick 5 ticket, I'm going to single her here in this 4-horse field. I know you're going too deep, but I just thought that as long as she likes the surface here, which we don't know right about a lot of these horses because they haven't raced her before in some cases. But if she likes it, then I think she should go out and handle this group. But 4-horse fields, it sometimes makes for an interesting race, right? Because you think that there might not be any action, but sometimes that's not the way it plays out.
One thing about short fields, I'm thinking, like I said, sometimes not a whole lot of action, but one thing that comes to mind for me is it usually turns into a sprint in the late going. And you know what, Santa Ambrosio does have that early gate speed, though the 3, she's hilarious, does seem to find those pocket rides. Yet to win, though, yet to pass one for a victory is number 3, she's hilarious. But you know what, it's just 2-year-old trotters. And first time around London, and that was my idea of going too deep. I did pick the 2 on top, but going too deep, just plan A and plan B, right? I know you've singled number 2, Santa Ambrosio here for Danny O'Brien. You know what? His trotter in race 5 closed up really strong from that trailing spot. I liked that effort. So Danny seems to have a pretty good one here. Daughter of Wheeling and Dealin, and it's going to be tough to take this one down. The horse players are behind this one as well, but you've keyed this one up. You've gone deepest of all in race number 7. Let's take a look at that one now. Morning line favorite in there, number 1, He Will.
Yeah, number 1, He Will, is my top selection and one that won by a wide margin last time, right? And you look at the paper on He Will, and I think a horse that's kind of been getting better. That was from post 7 too, right? And just blew the field away in 2 minutes and 2. I did go 3 deep though. The horse that I find intriguing in there is the 3, the Great Reset, because I saw last time at Grand River a horse that kind of maturing out there, right? First over a long way, still finished third to Nigel Sprewell, who I would certainly bet against that group. So I'm going to go 3 deep with the 1, 3, and 4 in there.
I may have played this horse way back in July, Grand River. He shows a break turning for home when he's sitting 5th, but I think he was coming on pretty good on that occasion. They weren't going a whole lot of speed, but he was going to get a big share in there before he rolled off stride. They put him away for 6 weeks. They brought him back slowly, and here he is for a final in London. Lauren House loves London. Lauren House gets a great shot there with the Great Reset in race 7 at a post 3, like you say. See, they're making their way over from the paddock here now, and you know what? Nice to have you with us on track. We've been trying to beam Nathan Bain up from the paddock, but you know what? Opening night glitches here and there. It's going to happen, bound to happen, but you know what? The racing has been strong. They've been getting around okay, and we are set to post parade these 2-year-old trotters, and again, we don't see many 2-year-old trot races here in London. So great to see in these Prospect Series finals next here in race number 6. Post parading number 1, Savannah's Dream, Bruce Richardson, owning, training, and driving. He shares ownership with Joe Coffey, along with Peter Irwin. Here's number 2. This is Sant Ambrosio. This one owned, trained, and driven by Danny O'Brien of Cambridge, Ontario. Heavy fave right now at 1-2. Next on parade, number 3, She's Hilarious. She's owned by Jeffrey Oborn. Brad Shakes, conditions. Travis Henry is on the lines. And to round out the field, a number 4, Mass Envy. It's Bert Renault on board for Julie Walker, along with Eva Parmentier, Ron Pierce, Julie Walker, training for Mass Envy, Bert Renault on board. Those are your 4 trotters then. This is a Prospect Series final for the 2-year-old fillies. We're on the trot for an exactor. And a pick 5 wager. No try here on the field of 4. No show dough as well. Again, it's exactor win place. Pick 5 wagering. Another $5,000 guaranteed pool to chase after. You're looking at the favorite, number 2, Sant Ambrosio. And you know what, Robert? I'm just going to leave you with this. Maybe talk about your top 2. And yeah, I'm just going to take a short break myself and for relief.
Hey, no worries, Sugar. Listen, you certainly earn it. Always bring it every single night here at the Raceway, and off to a great start this season. No question about it. Listen. So we'll start off with the 2, Sant Ambrosio, a horse that the number one thing I look at when I saw this race is that this filly is 3 victories to her credit, while everyone else is still a maiden. So just a field of 4, but her competitors in here have not tasted victory yet. And she has, and she's done so in fine fashion. She's won 2 on the front end, and her other one did come from a tough trip first over when she did score in the Prospect Series as well. So she's a horse that has proven to be versatile throughout the season. She set the board in 5 of 10. Looks good on the track right now for Dan O'Brien, and I do think that she is the clear one to beat. That's why I'm going to single her in my pick 5 wager, and 3 to 5 on the board right now. That's not really any kind of surprise, because I do think that she kind of stands out against this group. And in her latest, finishing 7th by a wide margin, you can forgive that one because it was at Mohawk Park. Non-winners of 1 or 5,000. She got away well off the gate. 28-2 was the opening quarter. She was in the 2-hole. It gapped out the 2-hole, mind you, and then did kind of fade, throughout. But that's against much tougher competition than what she's going up against tonight. So 1 to 2 on the board right now. I think that we're going to see her go off as odds-on and likely a single for many people in this opening leg of the late pick 5 with a guaranteed pool of $5,000. For me, and for second, I did go to She's Hilarious, and one that I think is an improving type, which is what you want to look for in these types of races. And She's Hilarious has been second in her last 2 tries in the Prospects and hit the board. So her 3 on the board finishes all came in the Prospect Series. Has taken on more difficult rivals in the OSS grassroots through a lot of the season as well. So she has a license to kind of improve in here. But if you look at who beat her in her last 2, it was the favorite, Sant Ambrosio. So I think that you've got to take that into consideration, but one that, again, has been kind of improving throughout the season, especially when she gets down to easier competition. And there she is right there. She's Hilarious on the board and, looking pretty alert, looking pretty sharp out there. One that will likely be trying to leave out to get situated early, maybe try to sit that 2-hole again. She's had a knack for getting in that spot lately and finishing as the runner-up. Number 1, Savannah's Dream. Well, it made breaks in both of her last 2, but does now return with trotting hobbles, which certainly is something that can help a horse that makes miscues. It can help a horse that makes miscues. And that qualifier with those trotting hobbles on at Mohawk Park was certainly a good one. Went to the lead and ended up finishing second to Menso. So I think Savannah's Dream is one in here that you might see an improvement from, but still no on-the-board finishes in 7 tries.
Yeah, I'm just catching up here with you now, Ryan. That 2-year-old daughter of Archangel for Bruce, she looks great there and nice and relaxed prior to this start. Does have a rail to work with and just over a minute for wagers. The heavy favorite continues to be number 2, Sant Ambrosio, but as you mentioned, these fields of 4 in any race anywhere, they can get interesting. And for me, I'm thinking a sprint for home, but your final thoughts?
Well, I wanted to actually touch on the final horse that I haven't talked about yet, the four
Yeah.
Mass Envy, and the reason being was put out a huge warm-up sugar earlier on,
okay.
and it really was. She was going a huge clip, and one of those ones that catches your eye as she goes by. So, I think she obviously means business tonight. I mean, she's hasn't won yet in 7 starts, does have 3 on the board finishes, 7-2. I mean, now we've talked about all 4 of them.
Hey.
But, you talk about your pick of the parade on warm-ups.
Yeah.
That's the one that I actually would say impressed me the most. However, I don't have her anywhere. I've got her picked for last in here.
We're going to call this one your warm-up pick of the night. It could be the all button, with a short enough field of 4. Nothing wrong with hitting the all button here to kick things off in this late pick 5 in London, as the starter has called for these 2-year-old trotting fillies, another Prospect Series final set to go postward here. Gates moving. Great job setting things up for race 6. Robert Reed Jr. In behind the gate, Savannah's Dream, Bruce Richardson, St. Ambrosio, Danny O'Brien, She's Hilarious, Travis Henry, Mass MV, Burt Renault. Field of 4, 1/8 of a mile from the start. Picking up speed, here they come. It's the opening leg of a late pick 5 in London, and it starts right now in a beautiful start. All 4 fillies together on the trot here into the opening turn. Savannah's Dream for Bruce Richardson up front and in control early. Second best at Ambrosio. Trotting from third, She's Hilarious. Just floating on into there. 4th and wide for Burt Renault. Mass Envy. So all rookie trotters got away cleanly, and they've all got program positions here. 1 through 4 pylon positions in program order here as they go by the quarter mile. Savannah's Dream, the daughter of Archangel, fronting 30-2. Comfortable opening quarter mile speed off that decent qualifier over Woodbine Mohawk Park. The lead is 2 full lengths to Savannah's Dream. Second best is that 1-5 choice, St. Ambrosio, watching it from third as She's Hilarious and continuing to trail 4th, Mass Envy. They were single file at the quarter mile, going to be single file at this half-time station. Savannah's Dream being left alone here for Bruce. 103-4 at the half. She got a big-time breather. They're going to sprint at some point. When will it be? Bending to the 5/8. Savannah's Dream still the one. San Ambrosio peeking to the outside for O'Brien there in second. With them in third. She's Hilarious and still waiting on Mass Envy, who's trailing, but not out of it. There goes the favorite, San Ambrosio, and she went around the leader very easily, and she is in full flight. The sprint is on at 3/4, 134-2, and it's a 3-length lead now for the favorite St. Ambrosio. Holding down second, Savannah's Dream, saving ground along the inside. Mass Envy has come through for third, stalling for She's Hilarious as they make the swing. On top, St. Ambrosio, this daughter of Wheeling and Dealin, large and in charge, and will take the Prospect Series final for Danny O'Brien. She'll win by 4. Second best, Savannah's Dream. Then Mass MB third. She's Hilarious for 203-4. The filly was home in 29-2. St. Ambrosio. This filly had a really nice turn of foot at the 3/4 when she went by the leader, and she clicked off a final quarter. 29-2 to win going away. San Ambrosio for owner, trainer, driver Danny O'Brien. It's a 2-1, 4-3 unofficial. reporting home a winner. Heavy favorite here in race 6. Number 2, Sant'Ambrogio, the 2-year-old daughter of Wheeling and Dealin. Out of Hawaiian Sweetie by Broadway Hall. This one owned, trained, and driven by Danny O'Brien of Cambridge, Ontario. The filly winning for the 4th time in her young career, using a quick final quarter of 29-2 to report home a winner. She was all alone on the line. Again, it's her 4th career win and a blanket presentation. The ladies representing Ontario Sire Stakes and Ontario Racing, presenting the Prospect Series final blanket to Sant'Ambrogio and owner, trainer, driver Danny O'Brien. Congratulations. Filly came in and she was as good as advertised here. She returned 270 to win that exactor combination of 2 and 1, returning 1130. We've got Robert Reed Jr. standing by, and he just may have an interview lined up here with winning connection of Danny O'Brien after his filly has just taken the Prospect Series final here in race number 6. And again, she just won as she pleased here. So setting things down to the winner's circle here in London. Stand by.
All right, I'm here trackside with Dan O'Brien, who does it all with Sant'Ambrogio. Is that the right way we say it, by the way? Yep. Oh, perfect. See, I was right. And so this filly's really kind of come into her own and been one that, obviously found her best stride in the Prospect Series. It's now her, winning the final 3 wins before that. First of all, when you're going into a race like this, just 4 horses, overwhelming favorite on the board, does that add pressure or does that kind of take it away?
There's no pressure for me. It's just me and, I own the horse, so no pressure.
All right, and then, 4-horse fields, sometimes we talk about races, not having a ton of action. Now, there wasn't much, in the middle panels of the race, but early on, they left four wide. I mean...
Pretty good quarter, yeah. First quarter was pretty brisk, and then they got the middle half in a little cheaper.
And was your game plan originally try to go to the front, or was it always just kind of look for the hole and then try to figure it out from there?
I really didn't expect the 4 horses to be leaving out like that, but that's racing, so it worked out okay anyway.
And she was competitive when she stepped up against the grassroots types. And do you think she's one that's kind of just on the cusp of being, at that level?
I hope she is. She raced awful well in Peterborough. That time she had a bad post. She just was having a whole lot of trouble with post positions in the grassroots levels. So I decided to take her back into the Prospect, and it worked out pretty good for this season.
And it must be nice, you own, train, and get to drive this nice filly. And you also mentioned that you got a smaller operation. How many do you have right now?
I have 3 racing and 1 yearling that I just purchased at the Select Sale in Ohio.
All right, well, there you have it. Dan O'Brien, winning driver, Sant'Ambrogio, Prospect Series.
Right on, wonderful job, Robert Reed Jr. Congratulations once again. Owner, trainer, driver Danny O'Brien. Sant'Ambrogio takes a Prospect Series final. 9 minutes away from race number 7. We've got 4 more to go. That means 4 more Prospect Series finals up ahead. Exactor tries Superfecta here on race 7, and again, this one will start 8 late pick 4. Late pick 4 in London up next. $5,000 guaranteed pool to chase after 9 minutes. Got about 6 minutes now. 6 minutes wagering time. The upcoming 7th race features the start of a late pick 4. And tonight on track with us, birthday wishes going out to Jessica. Happy birthday, Jessica. She's celebrating with family and friends. All sitting in at the top of the fair this evening. Enjoy your evening, folks. Again, happy birthday, Jessica, with family and friends celebrating at the top of the fair. 6 minutes out from race 7. All righty, getting set now to set up the late pick 4 in London. Robert Reed Jr. Down in the winner's circle, just following an interview, and a wonderful interview at that. Danny O'Brien following his very sharp victory with San Ambrosio, and I found it, I found Danny to be very confident. He was not worried, but like Danny, I thought that start by the fillies for 2-year-old trotters, probably one of the best starts I've ever seen for rookie trotters. They all got away cleanly, and they were all together.
I agree, Sugar. You don't see that very often. I mean, I know it's just a 4-horse field, but I mean, when you got 2-year-old trotting fillies, usually there's a miscue or the horse is gapped. They were all, alongside each other off the gate, and they were going to the opening turn, 4 high until everyone kind of took a seat back. So for a race that actually lined up in post position order, it's pretty wild that they were, kind of going at it early on. And I mean, he had no choice but to take into the 2-hole, but you could kind of see the whole way. He was pretty confident and just kind of looking over his shoulder to see if anyone was coming. And when no one was, he waited for the opportune time to just kind of trot away from them. But I think that's a really nice filly and one that, he kind of said in the interview might be able to step up to the grassroots next season and kind of show that she belongs up there.
Yeah, very good. Now, my earliest memories of Danny O'Brien, they go back to the Maritimes now, and I can remember him back in the 80s and into the 90s there with some very nice stakes talent around New Brunswick and visiting over at Old Home Week in Charlottetown. He's been up in Ontario here quite some time now, and he does well with his trotters, and their San Ambrosio did a nice job of taking down that Prospect Series final. We've got a late pick 4 starting up here. I went with 1 and 4 in this opening leg. Are you with me?
I'm with you. I just added in the Great Reset, right? The
Right.
one we talked about earlier.
That's right.
Just one that I think is, kind of an improving type. Like you said, it came out, then was put back up on the shelf.
Yeah.
And I thought that the last two efforts were both good ones, and maybe peaking at the right time.
Okay.
Kind of going to find his best stride coming into this Prospect Series final. Lauren House certainly knows his way around this oval.
See ever.
And one that I think might be a bit of a bust out here in the opening leg of the pick 4.
One of my favorite horses. Lauren is qualifying here tomorrow. Pembroke Legacy in with a shot for Horse of the Year honors here in London. Qualifying here tomorrow. Let's look at leg 2. Number 2, Sobel Amber. Can we beat her in there, or am I going to be okay with my key?
I think she's going to be tough to beat. I did go too deep in there just
Okay.
because JMR Sporty Mel caught my eye last time. I thought it was a huge effort at Grand River Raceway when she was a winner as the favorite in 58 flat. And just to me, I'm willing to just forgive her for her previous start when she had post 7 at Hanover in the Prospect Series. So she was kind of competing against difficult horses and non-winners of 3 in many of those starts. And it is post 6 tonight, but maybe one that you can give a try in there. But I do think Sobel Amber is the clear one to beat.
Right on over to race number 9. You got another one of those fields of 4 on the trot. 3-year-old Colton Geldings, and you're going too deep in there with the 3 and 4. Now I've gone all button because it is that reduced field. Well, not reduced, but the shortened up field of 4. Your key play to this pick 5. It all hinges on number 1, Wildcat Rocky in their 10th and final race.
Yeah, I just love the way that he's been racing. He's my best bet of the night.
Okay.
Last time, got kind of a difficult trip, got shuffled back, and then made a huge closing move to only get beat by a pretty thin margin on the wire. And one step past the wire, he was already out in front. That's how fast he was coming home. And also, I know I already gave one warm up, and that one, listen, it was one I wasn't really fond of going into. It ended up finishing 3rd.
Right.
He warmed up at the conclusion of the last race, and he looked fantastic out there. Steve Byron was sitting on him, and I don't think he's going to be going back off the gate tonight. I think he's going to be going forward with the warm-up mile that I saw.
From where you're situated tonight down there in the winner's circle, you're able to pick up on these horses that are coming home with nice final quarters right in their warm-ups.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you can get a feel for it. I mean, you can see it from the stands too. That's what's so great about tracks like the Raceway, is that if you're savvy and you're paying attention throughout the night, you're going to definitely see some stuff that's going to be of interest in your wagering during those warm-ups.
Very good. Much appreciated. Rob Reed Jr. with us on track tonight for opening night, the return of racing to London. Here's a look at the field for race number 7. These are 2-year-old Colton Gelding trotters. Number 1, he might for owner, trainer, and breeder Bill Megan's Travis Henry on board. Number 2, it's Dan Angus and Donald. This one for owner, trainer Kevin Gillis. Scott Coulter in the bike. The Great Reset from Post 3. This one owned, trained, and driven by Lauren House. Doug McCarthy owning, Keith Jones training. Number 4, Ocean View Massey, Tyler Borth. And then the outside chance for number 5. This is Prestige, Du Hurrah for Hera. The LS3 Inc. of Quebec, it's Denny Guriel doing the conditioning. Luc Guriel is driving. Those connections would like to double up in Prospect Series final action. It's a field of 5. This exactor try superfecta opening leg of a late pick 4 in London, and the heavy action here on number 1, He Will. And he looks fantastic. Right on the bit here, Robert, for Travis Henry.
He does look really nice coming in front of us now, in front of the grandstand. Looks confident out there. Smooth ears are up and coming off. I mean, why isn't he confident, right? He's coming off a dominating victory at Flamborough Downs when he won by more than 10 lengths at 10 cents to the dollar. And obviously looks like a strong player coming in here. I was not expecting those Sugar him to be 1-9 on the board.
Right. Now, you know what? And for me right now, I'm watching him on the monitor. He's right on the bit, but now he's starting to shake his head a bit. Is he getting mean? Is he getting hot? A 2-year-old trotter, first time over London, 3-5. Should we be worried about him shaking his head around like that?
Well, I mean, it's tough to take 3-5 on any horse,
Yeah.
right? I mean,
yeah.
But when you look at one, like, you see those quirks right now, and obviously comes into this off great form. But you said it, right? 2-year-old trotter, first time around the raceway here tonight.
Right.
Does show lines over half-mile services, and they've been impressive. But again, your odds on, and there's obviously not any value there, right? So that's why I kind of picked my spots in this late pick 4, late pick 5 sequence, and this is one that I certainly think has a great shot to win. But I didn't want to be married to He Will.
This is a smart move by Travis Henry. I mentioned he's on the bid. He's shaking his head. Now, I thought he was going to turn him to score him down. He's actually turned him and put him right in the safety lane to calm this horse down. Good move.
Oh, definitely, always, right? And that's the key, right? These guys can sense that, when a horse might be, on the verge of maybe making a mistake, and right now trying to correct that, right? You could tell, like you said, he was getting hot on the track, looked really great in front of us, and then when he got to that turn there, started to get a little bit steppy and kind of was up in the bit. So
this is smart horsemanship. Travis Henry with the 1, He Will. He's a current favorite right now at 4-5. Let's get a look at maybe another one in here. Let's find number 3, Great Reset, if you can, production. He's taking some pretty good action right now at 5-2. Here's a Chestnut Son of Resolve. Friend of the show, Lauren House on board. I know you like this horse.
Yeah, I do like this one, and I've only have a pick for 3rd, but I'll be honest, I'd probably bump him up in the rankings right now just on appearance and the fact that I'm using him in that pick 4 and pick 5 wager. Thought he'd be a bigger price, 8-5 on the board. I can almost assure you, though, he's not that low in those multi-leg wagers. I think he's a little more hidden there.
Oh, yeah.
And that last effort, Sugar, was a real good one. I mean, he only got beat just over a length. And I remember right after that race commenting on the broadcast at Grand River that he was one to put a circle around for next time. So here we are. And again, Nigel Spreewell and company, that's in against older horses. I think the Great Reset has a great opportunity here for the upset. But right now, it's not much of an upset at 8-5.
I caught up with Lauren House a week or two ago and talked about the return to racing here in London. He was excited about some chances in the Prospect Series final. This one appears to be a pretty good one here, 9-5, and Lauren House appears to have this one pointed for a big effort tonight.
Yeah, and he's a good-looking chestnut too, right? I mean, you always fall in love with the chestnuts, but sometimes they don't go out there and show it on the track. Hopefully this is one that will.
On a hot, sunny afternoon in Ontario, I would avoid a chestnut myself. But you know what? We've got a beautiful evening for a horse race here in London. That horse looks fantastic. Maybe the 4, Ocean View Massey, Totterborth. No stranger to London, on board for the trainer Keith Jones. Ocean View Massey, now looking at this one, and a fine-looking son of Muscle Mass.
Yeah, he is. And the thing about him is that obviously last time, at Mohawk Park, post 9, we can just forgive that one and look right past it. But before that was a front-end winner at Flamborough Downs in the Prospect Series and had a couple of show finishes before that. And showing that speed off the gate. Now, we've got a field of 5 in this one. Post 4, I think that there's only one direction that Ocean View Massey wants to go off the gate, and that's forward. 9-2 on the board. I thought that he would take more money in here, but I think, obviously He Will's taking the bulk of the support, and with the Great Reset taking the action we've seen, I think that's kind of left him the forgotten one of the field right now at 4-1.
Excellent trot man, Totterborth, as well as his dad, Bill Borth, was on board trotters here for a number of years in London. A few more to think about here. Long shot, number 2, Dan Angus and Donald. And how about the Guriels, Denny and Luke? They scored earlier in the program, and they're in with a shot with number 5, Prestige du Hurrah.
Yeah, the more I actually looked at him, and maybe it's because of the victory the connection said earlier tonight, I said, you know what, this horse has a shot. I mean, if you throw out the last line, you see a win in 2 seconds and 3 tries. So outermost post to work from. It's only post 5, though, 6-1 on the board. Maybe they double up here. Action
is so heavy, Rob, on this one. He will. Travis is just going to try to navigate this one. I'm hoping he doesn't get hot. It's going to be interesting to see how this one lines up behind the gate. Final thoughts? Well, you know what? The other thing, too, right? The rail spot is not the best spot for a trotter that's getting hot, especially, one that might be prone to a miscue. So it'll be interesting to see how this pans out. Here we go. 2-year-old rookie trotters, the boys, for a Prospect Series final. He Will, Travis Henry, Dan Angus and Donald, Scott Coulter, the Great Reset, Lauren House, Ocean View Massey, Totterborth, Prestige du Hurrah, Loic Guriel, top of the stretch. Picking up speed. Here they come. Just trying to keep it together here. Number 1, He Will. They're off. Todabor sending Ocean View Massey on out of there. From the outside gate, Prestige Du Hurrah is finding a spot there in second. Away cleanly thus far in third is He Will. Trotting from fourth, Dan Angus and Donald, and a gapped off trailer in fifth. The Great Reset. They've all minded their manners thus far here in the early going. Ocean View Massey released at 4-1. A second choice here for Todderborth in front and in command at the quarter mile. He's tugging hard on board. This is Ocean View Massey fronting 29-1. Right there in second, Prestige Du Hurrah, and on the bit still, but having to go maybe here early is the one He Will. He Will at 1-9 is angled to the outside, being cautioned here with kid gloves by Travis Henry, but now he's rushing and brushing to take on the leader, Ocean View Massey. Here's the heavy favorite, He Will, up and at him on the outside with a lap to go. The half clocked up in a minute and 1/5. It's on a third quarter beatdown between Ocean View Massey and the heavy fave, He Will. Staying with them in third is Prestige Du Hurrah inside to be fourth. Then Angus and Donald angle to the outside of fifth. Travels the Great Reset. Down the backstretch they go. Second and final time. He Will makes it to the lead. Along the inside, Ocean View Massey quickly on for third. The Great Reset now in play for House. 129 and 3 for 3/4. He Will into the final turn. The Great Reset now on for the deuce. Trotting from third, Ocean View Massey. Some late trot from Den Angus and Donald. And the trailer inside, Prestige Du Hurrah into the stretch they travel. He Will, he might. The Great Reset trying to reel him in here in second. Travis Henry's almost there with this heavy favorite. He Will. He did for Meggans and Travis Henry. He Will takes the Prospect Series final. The Great Reset was a solid second. On for third, Den Angus and Donald, 2 minutes, 4/5. Top four unofficial here, 1, 3, 2, and 4, as we see the heavy favorite coming back. This is the one, He Will, a 2-year-old son of Muscle Mass out of Juliet by Majestic Sun. This one owned, trained, and bred by veteran horseman Bill Meggans of Guelph, Ontario. Travis Henry did a fine job before and during this race. He Will takes the Prospect Series final for the 2-year-old. Trotting colts and geldings, a beautiful blanket presentation here by the ladies of Ontario Racing and Ontario Sire Stakes. This is He Will reporting home a winner, another one that was as good as advertised here tonight. He wins in 2 minutes, 4/5. Congratulations. Going official here, 2:30 to win for He Will. Exactor came back at 9:30. That's all right. Dollar try 16.65. The super for a buck, 47.25. He Will was a winner. Then Angus and Donald third. The Great Reset second. Ocean View Massey fourth. Prestige Du Hurrah fifth. And a mile time 2 minutes 4/5. He Will takes the Prospect Series final for 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Trotters. We're getting set to send things on down to the winner's circle here at the Raceway at Western Fair District. We've got Robert Reed Jr. standing by with winning driver Travis Henry. Heck of a job looking after this colt prior to the 7th, Travis.
We're here trackside in the winner's circle with Travis Henry, winning driver on He Will. And, you know, Sugar had mentioned it right after the post race. He seemed to look a little bit hot out there. Is that something that he usually does?
Yeah, he's been hot in post parade, but for some reason in the race he relaxes. So he's been good that way.
And was that kind of part of the plan all along, goes to the post parade and then kind of just quiet him down, take him into the safety lane?
Yeah, he's been good like that. You know, I've only driven him 3 or 4 times now, but he's always been good like that. He'll relax when you want him to, but he gets a little rank. But in the race, he seems good.
And, you know, obviously in the race, I mean, he looked a lot more, you know, smooth out there. A couple tenuous looking moments, but when you kind of pulled to the outside there, you were first over, kind of got took for a piece. Were you confident the whole way?
Yeah, he got a little aggressive on me there when the brakes kind of come on, but you know, yeah, he's a big horse. He tries hard and he's honest.
All right, let's talk about getting back here to the Raceway, right? It's opening night, obviously a big night with the Prospect Series finals, but, you know, how excited are you to kind of just, you know, continue, you know, your driving talents here, and you're sitting second right now, right, for the year-long standings here at the Raceway. How excited are you to be back here?
Oh, I'm more excited about not having to drive 2 hours to Georgian, so that's way better. Half an hour here or 2 hours to Georgian, I'll take this any day.
Right, more time to spend on the track, right, and studying up the program. But you know, I just want to talk about the drivers' colony here, right? You're sitting second in the standings right now, and you know the Raceway has been known as a place where no favors are given on the racetrack. So talk about the racing here and the driving colony as a whole and how competitive it is.
Oh, it's competitive here. You know, everybody wants to do the same thing. Everybody wants to win. Everybody wants to make the most money they can. So, you know, it's tough.
And we're going to see a battle right to the end?
Absolutely.
All right, there you have it. Travis Henry, winning driver aboard He Will in the Prospect Series final for 2-year-old Colts and Gelding Trotters.
Wonderful job, gentlemen. Robert Reed Jr. with winning driver Travis Henry, who will be chasing after the leading driver for wins here at the Raceway through 2022. So it's very close as we step into a brand new race meet here for the fall and into the winter. This is opening night of a race meet that will feature close to 126 cards of live racing. We're going Mondays and Tuesdays at 5:50 Eastern. Friday evening start times at 4:50. Of course, we're coming up on Monday, and Monday start at 5:50, and over in the Tuesday, that Ontario Sire Stakes Gold event for the 3-year-old trotters. A $100,000 plus purse up for grabs in 2 heats with fields of 8. We'll look forward to that. And down the road, Harness the Hope Night, featured on Friday, October 14th. Part of Harness the Hope Night this year will feature the OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship. Again, that'll come up as part of the Harness the Hope Night festivities on Friday, October 14th. 5 minutes away from race number 8, the Exactor Tri Super, start of the final pick 3. Just a little over a minute to wager here on race number 8 as we await the post parade. 3-year-old pacing filly final for the Prospect Series. Up next, number 2, Sobble Ember, opens up as the 4-5 favorite. She is the top selection for myself, Robert Reed Jr., and now who picks with Rod Adams Jr. in play, Ontario Racing, and Mike Probosi and Nathan Bain has been with us this evening for his selections throughout the night as well. We can see the pacing fillies getting set for a post parade. It's race 8 up next. Exacta Tri Super, the start of this final pick 3 play. Here comes the post parade now. It's race number 8, 3-year-old pacing fillies Prospect Series final. Number 1, here's the thing. Tom Smith on board, sharing ownership with Jane Walker with Jane Training. Sobble Ember, current favorite here. Morning line fave as well for the ownership connections of Sobble Hill Farms. Nusa Studio Racing Inc. The trainers Otis Hall, the driver Jason Ryan. Number 3, Winson Martini, Brett MacDonald. Owning and driving this one, conditioned by Ron MacDonald. Then we've got number 4, Ribbon Ridge, Scott Coulter on board for Ross Holmes and Bud Sinclair with Bud Training. Lornhouse, Paddock's 5, Lola's Sunshine. This one for Scott and Brad McNiven along with Tom Broadhurst, Don Douglas. Scott does the training. And then number 6, JMR, Sporty Mel, Totter Borth for JMR Racing Inc. Harold Wilson trains. Number 7 outside, Canvas of Stars, Paul McKenzie Poddets for Eric Wilson, trainer Dolores Bacillo. And then to round it out from the training spot, 8, Royal Blush, Travis Henry for Hut Racing Stable, the trainers Blake McIntosh. Those are your starters, 8 pacers then, 7 on gate, plus the trailer for the Exacta Tri Superfecta and start of a pick 3 play. All righty, getting a look right now at a long shot, but the heaviest action, it continues in number 2, Sobble Ember. Number 2, Sobble Ember is a top selection for all of our guest cappers, including myself. Sobble Ember, conditioned by Otis Hall. Jason Ryan has been to the winner's circle tonight. He gets a great shot here with Sobble Ember. I believe I keyed her up in my multi-leg wagers here. And right now, she looks all right. You know, she's tugging a bit, but still staying quite relaxed here for Jason Ryan. Robert Reed Jr. sending it down. And let's talk up Sobble Ember for a bit.
Yeah, she looks good, doesn't she, Sugar? I mean, her ears are up. She looks confident out there. And, I mean, she's been here before. I mean, she was a Prospect Series champion at 2. She won the final last year, only one of the season, and this year now she comes into this with 5 victories in the season and 12 on the board finishes at a 14 start. So she's had a fantastic year, and typically, goes out there and struts her stuff in the prospect series, and has even competed as high as non-winners of 3, and even in non-winners of 5,000 last 3, and held her own in there. So I mean, she's a horse that certainly on her best days should handle this group, and I think well deserving of a 3 to 5 tag right now.
Right on. Sobel Amber, 3 to 5, heaviest action. Ontario Sire Stakes did a wonderful preview story around these Prospect Series finals earlier on in the week, and they caught up with Scott McNiven from Putnam, just 20 minutes east here of London, a long-time regular trainer here in London, Scott McNiven. He's sending out number 5, Lola Sunshine. Now, he's mentioned that she's improved greatly as she's gone along, and going into this final, she looks good, but it will all depend on the trip, says Scott, for the 5, Lola's Sunshine.
Yeah, I kind of stole the words that I'm out there, Sugar. I think it all comes down to trip with her, and she's a horse that's kind of shown tactical speed at times, and other times, obviously with a poor post, she can't really get off the gate that well. But I do agree. I mean, she's definitely one that's shown a lot of improvement. 0 for 11 as a 2-year-old, and now she's hit the board in 12 of 17. This season. So, you've got to certainly respect what she's done so far in her sophomore campaign. Just like I said, post 5 tonight, that was the one thing I was a little bit concerned about, and not so sure she's got that snap off the gate.
I think House has got a bit of a following on track here. Anytime he goes along the fence and the fans here, you hear a bit of a cheer from the crowd. So that's great to see. It's his hometown track. He's happy to be back. Lauren House aboard the 5. Lola's Sunshine here in race number 8. Another one to think about, maybe that long shot, 6, JMR Sporty Mel. 15 to 1. Surprise you right now?
A little bit surprising. I mean, I thought that her last victory warranted her to, get a little bit of respect in here. I mean, she's 4 to 1 in the morning line. I thought she'd be higher than that, but I thought she'd be about half her odds right now. I figured about 7 or 8 to 1 at best. I mean, she's had a good campaign. She's also raced against some pretty tough competition, and non-winners of 3, and typically does well, when she gets down to the prospect series. And I just threw out the line 2 back, right? She had post 7 at Hanover, which is an impossible spot on most occasions, and just kind of went around the racetrack, but followed it up with a huge win at Grand River last time. Granted, it was from the rail, but she is a horse that does have some speed off the gate. So I think that she's in with a shot here. I put her on the multi-leg tickets just as a price play, and I would use her in the exotics, no question.
Right on. Leading driver Tyler Borth on board, and another one of those drivers that's happy to be back to his home track here. He mentioned in that Ontario Sire Stakes preview that he only lives 20 minutes from London, so after a long summer of traveling, to be back in London, he's pumped, and he says opening night could not come fast enough. So here he is. I can understand the guys, some of them travel 2 and 3 hours to get to racetracks all through the summer, and when they come back to London, the commute is not so bad. So welcome back, everyone. It's glad to have you all, and for the horse people, for the horses they're racing, for the fans that are on track with us tonight, nice crowd to have on hand with us as we we're down to 3 races in our welcome back program. So far, so good, Robert.
It's been a great night so far. You know what? This is like the perfect weather for me, and even for racing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, selfishly for me, I'm a big fella, Sugar, and sometimes on those hot nights it can get a little bit sweaty, but this is like actually, for me, like perfect kind of weather for harness racing.
We talked about it, right? I'm a heavy guy, too, and I've told a few friends and coworkers, you will never, ever see me this heavy again. I'm going to try to work at things over the winter. I lined up a little bit of reffing some seniors hockey across the road there at the Sports Center, so I might have to even cut back on a little bit of that sugar stuff. So here we go. Race number 8, Prospect Series final, 3-year-old pacing fillies. Here's the thing. Sobel Amber, Win Some Martini, Ribbon Ridge, Lola Sunshine, JMR Sporty Mel, then Canvas of Stars, One Trailer, Royal Blush, top of the stretch. Picking up speed here. They come. There they go. From the center, Ribbon Ridge. Scott Coulter sending that one on to their Sobel Ember up between the fillies and protecting pylon position. Here's the thing. Tom Smith has stacked them up here in the early going. She will let Sobel Amber go to the top, though. That's another heavy fave. 1-9, and Sobel Amber has left big-time double digits on the remainder of the field here. And she makes front, and she's already tapping it up just prior to the quarter mile here in 29 seconds flat. Sobel Amber, she's on the lead where she wanted to be. This 3-year-old daughter, Better Than Cheddar. She is just coasting around turn number 2 now, and that's got some movement out of 4th. Coulter sending Ribbon Ridge up to engage this leader. Sobel Amber with Ribbon Ridge now pulling up to her wheel right there in their 3rd. Here's the thing. A second over toe up in 4th now for the McNiven starter, Lola Sunshine. She's in play, and she's 4th best. 5th and in. She's buried at that. Royal Blush setting it up 3rd over. JMR Sporty Mel. Then the back markers, Winsun Martini and Canvas of Stars. 59 and 4. Halftime speed. That was 30 and 4. A second quarter breather for the heavy fave, Sobel Amber. She's got it by 2. Here's the thing, is holding down the play spot between fillies 3rd. Ribbon Ridge, 3 deep on the outside. There goes Lola Sunshine. Lola Sunshine up 3 deep on the outside to take 3rd. She's battling on for 2nd. She went by for the deuce. 3/4 up in 1, 28 and 1. That was big time speed through the 3rd for Sobel Amber, who's gotten away. She's got it by 4. She will try for more. Lola Sunshine battles on for 2nd. Late pace now from JMR Sporty Mel, but the winner is Gonzo. Sobel Amber, Ryan on board for Hall. A real race for place, and it goes to Lola Sunshine. Tight for 3rd. JMR Sporty Mel was against, here's the thing, 158 flat. Sobel Amber takes the Prospect Series final. Driving win number 2 on the night here for Jason Ryan. That's a pair of Prospect Series final victories for Ryan. 2, 5, 6, and 1, your top 4 unofficial. Reporting home a winner, 2nd driving win and 2nd Prospect Series final win tonight for Jason Ryan. It comes aboard number 2, Sobel Amber, 3-year-old Bay filly by Better Than Cheddar, out of Ambrosia Sealster by Up the Credit. Ona bred by Sobel Hill Farms and Necesito Racing. Otis Hall condition, again, Jason Ryan, driven to win. Ontario Sire Stakes blanket for Ontario Racing, the Prospect Series final. Spoils of victory here, going to the winning connections of Sobel Amber. When she made front, it was likely over. Won tonight in 158 flat, her 7th career win. That's already 6 on the season. Winning connections lining up here for a very nice winner's circle photo. Again, a pair of Prospect Series final victories for winning driver Jason Ryan. Congratulations. And we're going official here, and we'll come back for the official rundown and prices following this live Winner's Circle interview. Robert Reed Jr. setting up with winning driver Jason Ryan, a pair of Prospect Series final victories this evening. Take it away, Robert. Again, winning driver Jason Ryan standing by.
All right, Robert Reed Jr. here, trackside with Jason Ryan. Now, 2 victories tonight in the Prospect Series finals. When you looked at the program, did you think you were going to have a good night?
I was really hopeful. That filly I just drove there has been really strong all year. And Meg Crone's filly, I was a little disappointed with the 7-hole, but the trip worked out anyway.
And you mentioned about Sobel Amber. So first of all, she's one that kind of sneaked up on all the handicappers last year. Third start of her career, she won the Prospect Series final at Grand River. You weren't aboard on that occasion, but you were tonight, and there was no sneaking up on everyone tonight. She's 1-9 favorite, winning races at this level. You mentioned that she can be really aggressive at times.
Yeah, once you stir her up, you can't get her back. So that's why I kind of just slowly moved to the front today. I didn't really care who left. I was just going to keep slowly moving there and hopefully get there.
And it looked a little bit contentious in the early going there. You had horse to your outside. You had Tom Smith to the rail pushing out for position. And, you kind of said you wanted to methodically get to the lead. Were you concerned at all maybe she would grab on and go on you?
With the ear hood on today, she was a little more manageable. So we're just kind of building on that because once you stir her up, she's gone. She's a very fast filly.
And there was, you were obviously, picked up the drive recently on her, and she was kind of racing against tough competition until she got into that Prospect Series preliminary leg where you drove her to victory. What do you think, where would she kind of fit in now, that the Prospect Series is done?
Well, she's always had the speed to be a grassroots filly, but the problem was management with her because it's either go or not with her. So she'll be a nice filly at Mohawk all year, I'm sure, because she can race off the pace just as good as she can on the front.
All right, let's talk about the season you're having, right? So your best year, 2015, I think it was 206 wins, and I'm pretty sure that's what it is. And right now, you're on pace to surpass that. So talk about the success you're having this season, and what do you attribute it to?
This is the first year that I've only had a few horses in my barn. Every other year, I had like 20 last year. I only have a handful this year, so it gave me a lot more time to dedicate driving. And when I had the 206 year, I only had a few horses in the States with me, and once again, dedicated to driving a bit.
All right, well, there you have it, folks. Jason Ryan, winning driver aboard Sobel Amber. Wishing you continued success this season, Jason.
Thanks.
One of the guys, more time in the sulky, more time in the winner's circle. Jason Ryan, a pair of Prospect Series final victories this evening as he wins aboard a heavy favorite, Sobel Amber. She was 210 across the board. Exactor, 1730. That's a nice exactor for those two. 1730 for the 2-5. Dollar Try came back at 41.35. Dollar Super 129.15. Your 20 center worth 25.83. Here's the thing. Finished fourth. Sobel Amber a winner. Win Some Martini was fifth. Ribbon Ridge sixth. Lola Sunshine second. JMR Sporty Mel third. Canvas of Stars was seventh. Royal Blush was eighth. Fractions of 29, a 59 and 4, 128 and 1, and a mile of 158. Flat great rating there. Ryan on board for Sobel Amber's victory. Top down a 4-1-5, 6-2-3-7-8. Ninth up and coming group of trotters. Prospect Series final for the 3-year-old boys. Exactor. Late double, win place wagering only on this field of 4 coming up in about 4 minutes. Starters on parade. Race number 9. It's a final trotting event tonight for a Prospect Series final. We've got the Pacers to close out our card in race 10. The 9th race trotters. 3-year-old Colson Geldings, late double exactor, win place wagering only. Number 1, Johnny Buckshot. Garrett Rooney on board for owner Brad Wilson, the trainers Ian Hyatt. Number 2, it'll be Wanya. Wanya for Karen Olsen Burgess, along with David Anderson, Sterling Fisher. Blair Burgess training, Jay Harris on board. Number 3, Arch Ruler. This one for Bruce Richardson. Bruce on board for owners John Holding and Morley Bosomworth with John training. And then the outside post for 4, My Holy Moly. For Connie and David Chisholm. Connie trains. Tyler Borth goes back on board for the drive. Those are your 4 trotters then. Again, it's 3-year-old Colson Geldings for a Prospect Series final. Exactor, late double, win place wagering only, moments away from a start of race 9 in London. Maybe going to stay with number 4 here. This is My Holy Moly. Was a morning line favorite. I've made this a top selection. I guess we're going to go to the 3, Arch Ruler. Would this be your top play, Robert?
Actually, my second choice in the race, Sugar, and one that I think that is a little bit underrated coming into this. And over the course of this guy's season, he's 0 for 20, but he's had quite a few difficult trips and difficult posts to work from. And I just always kind of maybe had rose-colored glasses for Arch Ruler and one that I typically have in the exotics or I put on top. And I just looked at this field, so 4 horses. I mean, he obviously, you look up and down the page, you see a lot of difficult posts, right? I mean, he did make a break, 2 back when he did have the rail. But beyond that, there was a lot of difficult post positions to work from. And I'm just hoping tonight that, he can stay flat, mind his manners off the switch, and maybe make a good account of himself. Used him in the pick 5 and the pick 4. 7-2 on the board's a pretty good price. Okay,
let's go back to number 4, My Holy Moly. It's Tyler Borth on board for the Chisholms. Now, My Holy Moly does show sub 2-minute speed. In fact, does show a mile of 58.4. They're about 3 back over Grand River Raceway. My Holy Moly appears to be the one to beat right now at even money.
Yeah, and I thought that we'd see even a shorter price than My Holy Moly here. I know it is the outermost post in the contest, but it is just post 4, and you got that break from the trailing post, 2 back, which I think you can forgive a horse for, right? Because some of these horses don't like starting from back there. But that second place finish at Grand River was a good one. Went to the lead and had a healthy margin. I'm a stand-up guy. I think is one that we could certainly get behind in here if he was in here. So I think this one should have every chance to go out there and get to the front and maybe take them gate to wire.
Tyler Borth, I believe, leading all drivers. If he's not leading all drivers, he is definitely near the top coming in. And you know what? He's got a great shot at picking up his first victory of this brand new meet. Aboard number 4, My Holy Moly here. Tyler Borth on his home track. Board a second choice right now as the 1, Johnny Buckshot, begins to take some action. Now, Garrett Rooney stays on to drive there. He did make a break up in a prospect race at the Grand River Raceway, came back for a winning qualifier over the 5/8 track at the Sarnia. Garrett Rooney, I've dubbed him the upset specialist here in London. He definitely knows how to get a long shot there. Right here, on board an even money fave in number 1, Johnny Buckshot.
Yeah, a little bit surprised that this one is going off at even money right now. I mean, Johnny Buckshot, this was a race, though, where I looked at Sugar and I said, you know what, I think the odds board might not play out the way, and the margin between the best horse and the worst horse might not actually be indicative of their odds. And right now, the longest price is 5-1 in a 4-horse field, so it's kind of playing out that way. But surprised about the even money. Did make a break last time.
Yeah.
If you go further back, though, I mean, it was racing against non-owners at 25,000 life, non-owners at 20,000 life, which would, put him in against tougher company than many of these horses have been facing.
Yeah, I'm just not really prepared to back this horse. I did not have him picked in the top 2. I don't know. I like the early gate speed of this too. Wanya being the longest shot right now, but pretty good at hitting the ticket for top 3 finishes. He's been there 8 times from 19 outings. Still a maiden, though, coming in.
Yeah, so he's still a maiden. He's 0 for 19 on the season and 0 for 22 lifetime. But you're right, 8 on the board finishes this year. 7 of them were third place finishes, and it kind of pained me to put this one on the bottom end here in the 4th spot because Wanya was one that I kind of took a shot on a few times at Grand River. This horse does have a lot of early speed, and the addition of Jay Harris in the last 2 starts certainly have kind of helped him stick around a little more. And last time post 7, we were willing to just look right past that line at Flamborough. So I think that one that could certainly surprise in here, but you can't pick them all. And I mean, in a 4-horse field, you kind of take a stand, and that's why I went to the outside too.
Yeah, the surprise for me is that even money status on number 1, Johnny Buckshot. Now, I figured we might see this one drift up maybe to 5-2, 3-1. Ain't going to happen, though, but it looks of things.
No, yeah, this money's been steady right from the start, and it's right. Usually, we see this kind of action come in a horse, and there can be a correction before post time.
Yeah.
But we're down to 10 seconds here. He's still holding sway at even money. He might go off as the favorite, which, again, is a shock to you and a shock to myself as well.
He's a big, long trotter here. It'd be interesting to see how he gets around the first turn here in London, leaving from the inside post. The starter has called for the Trotters. Race 9, Prospect Series Final. Gates moving. Johnny Buckshot, Garrett Rooney, Wanya, Jay Harris, Arch Ruler, Bruce Richardson, My Holy Moly, Tyler Borth. That is your field of 4. All noses on gate, of course, top of the stretch. Final trotting event for a Prospect Series Final in London. Here they come. They're off as expected. The 2, Wanya, shows that good early speed up on the outside to be second. My Holy Moly, trotting from 3rd. Johnny Buckshot, and away in 4th is Arch Ruler. Getting away from them, Wanya for Jay Harris, that lead 5 full lengths, all alone in 2nd. My Holy Moly going about 7, 8 lengths off the lead in 3rd. Johnny Buckshot. And continuing to trail will be Arch Ruler. Here's the quarter-mile speed. It was fairly quick for this group, 28-2. Wanya could be trying to bottom out this field. Catch me if you can, possibly. For Wanya, the 3-year-old son of Wheeling and Dealing up front and in control. Second best. My Holy Moly spies up the speed. Still racing at a 3rd, Johnny Buckshot got away as the 3-2 second choice, and trotting 4th. Tippy tap reminders for Arch Ruler. It's a lap to go for Wanya. Was fronting there in 59-2, and now that has a peek to the outside in 2nd from My Holy Moly. Tyler Moore trying to rouse up this one with 3/8 left to go. My Holy Moly from the pocket, stepping around Wanya. Wanya now in 2nd. On 3rd, that is Johnny Buckshot outside, though he jumped it off. Johnny Buckshot to a break. Along the inside to nab 3rd, Arch Ruler for Bruce Richardson. 3/4 teamed and beamed in 1, 29-2, and now it's a 5, make it 6-length lead for My Holy Moly. Wanya is a strong 2nd. Flattening out in 3rd, Arch Ruler, and way back to Johnny Buckshot. This one's over with an 8 left to go. My Holy Moly, Colt son of royalty for life for the Chisholms. Tyler Borth back in London for the start of a brand new meet. He'll take a Prospect Series Final. My Holy Moly on top, winning over Wanya. Then it was Arch Ruler and Johnny Buckshot, the mile 2 minutes flat. It's an easy victory there for number 4, My Holy Moly. Winning tonight in 2 minutes flat. It's the 3rd career win. It comes in the Prospect Series Final for the 3-year-old trotting colts and geldings. My Holy Moly on top over the 2, Wanya. 4, 2, 3, and 1 unofficial. Hometown fave Tyler Borth returning here with My Holy Moly, a 3-year-old bay colt by Royalty for Life, out of Casadega by Taglia Blue. This one, Own the Red by Connie and David Chisholm with Connie Training. Tyler Borth on board for the Colts' third career victory tonight. It's 2 minutes flat, and he just romped away from them here in the Prospect Series final. Ontario Racing, Ontario Sire Stakes blanket presentation here for the colt. My Holy Moly. As mentioned, one quite easy here in 2 minutes flat. New lifetime best. He's going home with it. My Holy Moly here in London. Congratulations. Alrighty, before we go official here, we'll get set to send things on down. We've got Robert Reed Jr. He's done a fantastic job of hosting our winner's circle this evening. He's got a hometown fave and Tyler Borth standing by for a winner's circle interview. Take it away, guys.
All right, I'm here trackside with Tyler Borth, winning driver of My Holy Moly, and we were just talking, Tyler, it doesn't feel like it, but your first victory aboard this horse.
Yeah, I was actually really close with him a lot. I was third up in Georgian with him, but every time I've drove him, he raced really good. He run on me in Flambeau, but I just got a little doubled up because I had the trailing position going into the first turn, and that was the only reason why he made a break there. But I figured if I had clear racetrack tonight, he'd be good.
And a horse is handy off the gate, but a 4-horse field tonight, so it's kind of tough, right? They always say that short fields are strategy races for drivers. What's your approach to short fields?
Yeah, I don't really know. I didn't really want to get away fourth there, and I knew the 2-horse could leave, and I figured Jay might try him on the front, but it can pull up that horse. Maybe not pull up, but he's lazy, so I just didn't want to get caught in behind him, so that's why I moved early.
And you're here, hometown hero here at the Raceway. How good does it feel to be back here? It's opening night. You are the leading driver for this year, 2022. Right now, you're holding a slim lead over Travis Henry. But how does it feel to get back here to the Raceway?
Oh yeah, it's great. All tracks are good if you get the power to drive. So hopefully we can pick up some live mounts and keep it going.
And what is it about this colony? A lot of chatter on Twitter, and a lot of the handicappers I speak to, they love it here because they always race, right? There's no gifts given out there, and I doubt that sometimes you guys send Christmas cards to each other with some of the battles I've seen. What is it about, this driving colony that brings that competitive edge?
Yeah, no, there's a great bunch of guys. They're all aggressive, I would say, but this track too, like from the outside, you have a chance, and it sets up for good racing, this place.
And right now, you're having a career season, over $1.5 million in earnings. You're well surpassed your highest win total of your career. What do you attribute success to?
I would just say experience. I think it's like my 10th year driving now, and people trust you a little more with their horses than they would have when I first started. So I would go with that.
All right. Congrats again, Tyler. Tyler Borth, winning driver aboard My Holy Moly in race number 9.
Right on. Wonderful job. Tyler Borth in his 10th season of driving. My 10th season of calling the horses here in London started tonight. 6 minutes away from the upcoming 10th and final race. Back to race 9, $290 to win for My Holy Moly. And that exactor, another great payout for the 4-2, $11.70 for those two. That's all right. Johnny Buckshot was fourth. Wanya was second. Arch Ruler third. My Holy Moly was a race winner. Fractions of 28-2, 59-2, 129-2. The mile was 2 minutes flat. My Holy Moly, Tyler Borth on board for a Prospect Series final victory. So again, our 10th and final up next as we go back on the pace. A reduced field of 7. It was a late scratch of number 6, HP Momentum. Take out 6. In race 10, the exactor try. Super high five finale. And again, we always sell the non-jackpot super high five. All you got to do is select the top 5 finishers. The pool will be paying out. Exactor try, super high five finale comes up in 5 minutes. It's the 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Pacers for a Prospect Series final. So we've got the pick 5, pick 4, late double, late pick 3, Will Pays on display. And, you know what, stakes action this evening, Prospect Series finals. And there's been some chalk around. Value player there midway through the card for Team Guriel with a 10-1 shot. Loon Duhara be the highest priced winner on the evening at 10-1. Our high five finale coming up next as we go back on the pace with a field of 7. Again, the 6 HP Momentum was a late scratch. Heavy action for the 1 Wildcat Rocky. This one being a best bet selection for Robert Reed Jr. Tonight, number 2 Doc's Philly Cheese taking that 2-1 action. One of my value players on tonight's card, number 5, Masked Man, Bruce Richardson on board. Now, this one has some crazy gate speed. I like his odds right now, and I think he's one of those horses you want to include in your high five plays here. Right now at 18-1 again. I've seen this horse corner like a Lexus, and you know what, he's got that good early gate speed. I think Bruce will have him up close and sticking around late for a piece of this high five. Right now the price is right as a long shot at 18-1. Stepping out on parade. Here we go then, 10th race starters, Prospect Series final. And we're looking at the 1 Wildcat Rocky here. Steve Byron on board for Wildcat Stables Inc. And Antonio Tangretta, Dale Hurd conditions. Number 2 Doc's Philly Cheese, Garrett Rooney on board for Britt Kennedy and Money Clip Racing with Britt Training. Joe Tonelli owning, Sean Arnott training, number 3 Hashtag Watch Me. Jason Ryan trying to triple up in Prospect Series final action. Number 4, Affair Somewhere, Jay Harris on for Elizabeth and Alan Fair with Alan Training. Then the 5, who was that? Masked Man for Gaston JF Goyette Inc. of Quebec. It's Rene Dion Training. Bruce Richardson on board, the 5 Masked Man. Number 6 was scratched. 7, Dream Fair Sunshine. Scott Coulter on board for John Limbers, the trainer Jason Libby. And from the trailing spot 8, Shanghai Kai, it'll be Lauren House for Kim McNiven and Don Douglas with Scott McNiven training. 10th race, up and coming, Exactor Try. It's a super high five play. One of my pals from down east around Truro, CC, on board for our final few races this evening. Hope all is well. CC is many family and friends still tidying up down east the results of Hurricane Fiona. All the best, folks. Getting a look right now at number 1 Wildcat Rocky. Again, Robert Reed Jr. with us on track tonight. Made this horse his best bet selection. Steve Byron with another rail advantage. Now, Steve didn't have a whole lot of luck with a heavy favorite with a rail advantage back with Say Something, but he'll try to redeem himself here with Wildcat Rocky. You mentioned maybe a bit of a shuffle last time out, or just a troubled trafficked up trip.
Yeah, just one Sugar where, kind of got away 5th off the gate and then didn't really have much help in the cover department before rolling wide and closing into the final quarter was only 29 seconds, but it was just the way that he did it, and really that brush didn't come until about the final 16th of a mile. That's when he found his best stride and another step or two, and he would have been a winner. I had him on that occasion, so it was a little bit of a painful one to watch at the wire, but has been racing well, and if you go back, even 2 back, beat a neck to Final Cheese Recipe, I'm pretty sure we'd be more than happy to back that horse in here, and that's a real speedy horse for Blake McIntosh. So that mile was in 53-2 over Grand River, and I think that sets up a pretty good effort in here.
Right on Wildcat Rocky right now, even money. Right next door, number 2, Doc's Philly Cheese. Now, that one is my top selection. Doc's Philly Cheese for trainer Britt Kennedy certainly knows his way to the winner's circle here in London. Garrett Rooney on board. He's been on this horse most every start. He's 12 for 16 in the top 2, and this horse can live on the outside. He just keeps on coming forever.
Yeah, he is one that never quits, and racked up a lot of wins this year. And you're right, he really rarely throws in a bad effort. And really, you can say that both about him and Wildcat Rocky, because both of them are high percentage winners and high percentage landing, on the board. And it's kind of interesting, they land 1-2 right beside each other here in the final of the Prospect Series. So really, it should just be may the best horse win.
Yeah.
Both of them actually warmed up very well. They both caught my eye out there, and it's no surprise they're both something to 5 right now.
I love both of them as well. They are must-plays in this final race, high 5. I mentioned, a few moments ago, I would find another must-play in number 5, Masked Man. I love this horse because he's got serious gate speed, and he can corner like nobody's business. Masked Man, Bruce Richardson will be driving, and I like his chances. I love the price. I mean, you want some value to go with the 1 and 2 in your high 5. I wouldn't be surprised to see this horse finish second or third. That's just me, though.
Yeah, no, he's a horse. You're right. He's loaded with early foot off the switch, and he's also a game type too. He doesn't just fold up and do so easily. He's usually one that fights to the finish. And I remember a line that's actually outside the program now at Grand River, where he had the lead and got swarmed by like the entire field on the turn for home. Looks like he's going to be 9th at the head of the stretch, and he battled everyone off to hang on by a slim margin. So he's a horse that's been game all season, and another one 7 for 23, 14 of those efforts landing in the money. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Masked Man land somewhere in the exotics here. And you're right, 22 to 1's a big overlay.
Love the price. Love the price for second or third. Number 5, Masked Man. Maybe touch on 1 or 2 more. Help out our players with the high 5. Hey, shout out to Ryan Clements. He's a friend of the show, and he's doing some awesome stuff for us there tonight on Twitter.
What's that, sir?
Ryan Clements.
Oh, Ryan Clements.
Shout out to our friend of the show, Ryan Clements, doing some awesome stuff for us there on Twitter tonight.
You cut out for a moment. I wanted to touch on that too, actually, because he's always a real friend of the program. And he does amazing things with the catch driver. Great app.
Sure.
I'm terrible at it. I wish I was better. I'm still trying to get better, but he always is very kind. In his reviews of our shows. Very. And even has gone as far as to say that we're one of the best shows in racing, which I don't know about that, but I really appreciate that and love that he always is interactive with us on Twitter.
Well, you know what? We don't sugarcoat a whole lot. We're just guys talking horses, right? We watch a lot of racing, and we just call them as we see it, right?
Yeah, man, listen, we like to wager. So
we do.
At the end of the day, that's kind of something that's at the forefront of our mind. So we're going to try to give people whatever angles we can to try to make them better horse players. But you mentioned about horses I'd be using sugar in the ticket to try to add some value.
Yeah.
Maybe Shanghai Kai right now, 25 to 1. Trailing post. However, you're following out a 1 to 2 shot. So I don't have a problem using one from back there when you're leaving out behind a favorite.
Co-longest shot on the board right now. House, ice, house, right on. 8 Shanghai Kai, maybe for a piece. Great job, Robert Reed Jr. with us on track this evening. He'll join us again on Tuesday evenings throughout the race meet. And be doing that from home, I would imagine. But, here we go with our 10th and final race. Wildcat Rocky, Doc's Philly Cheese, #WatchMe, Affair Somewhere, Masked Man, Dream Fair Sunshine for 6 across, 1 trailer, Shanghai Kai. It's the final race of the night, final Prospect Series for the 3-year-old. Colts and Geldings on the pace. Here they come. They're off. It's on in the center. Affair Somewhere. Jay here ascending up between pacers. #WatchMe. Protecting the inside lane. All the way through, though, was Wildcat Rocky. And Steve Byron puts this one on the mission. It's Wildcat Rocky stepping out by 3. #WatchMe securing a 2-hole ride at 24 to 1. Traveling from 3rd, Affair Somewhere. It's going to be Doc's Philly Cheese, a midfield 4th. Masked Man follows him up in 5th. Traveling in 6th, we've got Dream Fair Sunshine. The earliest trailer, Shanghai Kai, could not follow out the speed of the rail starter. Quarter mile was 28 and 1. Wildcat Rocky on the lead at 1 to 9. And now his company is showing up. That company, Doc's Philly Cheese. And he can keep on coming forever here for Rooney with just over a lap to go. Wildcat Rocky and Doc's Philly Cheese, the 2 faves, they're going to hook up. Traveling in third is hashtag Watch Me. A second over toe up in fourth for Masked Man, and now it's a buried fifth for Affair Somewhere. And setting it up third over was Dream Fair Sunshine, still trailing Shanghai Kai. They get over the half in 58 and 3. Traveling up the backstretch, second and final time. Wildcat Rocky on the lead, right on the number pad. Briefly was Doc's Philly Cheese, staying with them in third. Hashtag Watch Me. Masked Man, he's out there in fourth. 3 wide on the outside, circling up into the backfield. Dream Fair Sunshine. It's just over an eighth left to go, and Wildcat Rocky now on top by 3.5. Doc's Philly Cheese will battle on for the deuce against Masked Man and Dream Fair Sunshine into the stretch. Wildcat Rocky took 4 left turns, got some encouraging words from Byron, and now he's home and cooled in the Prospect Series final. Really close for a second. Masked Man was up against Doc's Philly Cheese. Dream Fair Sunshine was fourth, and maybe, just maybe, Shanghai Kai for fifth in the high five. 156 and 4. Wildcat Rocky downtown in London. Unofficial winner number 1, Wildcat Rocky here. Did not disappoint. 1, 2, 5, 7, and 8. For the high five finale here in London. So it's a heavy favorite taking the finale. Doc's Philly Cheese. Second choice finishing second. Masked Man right there in the place photo finished third. Then it was Dream Fair Sunshine. Shanghai Kai. Robert Reed Jr. mentioning a long shot for the high five. You betcha. The longest shot on the board, Shanghai Kai, to round out this high five. Again, it's a 1, 2, 5, 7, 8 as we await the winner for race number 10. Race 10 is now official, and returning to victory lane, Wildcat Rocky. He's a 3-year-old big eldest son of He's Watching at a Wildcat Beauty by Camlock for Wildcat Stables Inc. Along with Antonio Tangrata, they share the ownership. Wildcat Stables Inc., the breeders. Dale Hurd conditioned Steve Byron on board for this gate-to-wire victory in Prospect Series final action for the 3-year-old pacing boys. Wildcat Rocky got there tonight, 156 and 4. His 9th career win, his 9th win on the season. Thanks so much to the ladies with Ontario Racing, Ontario Sire Stakes. A blanket presentation here for the Prospect Series final. Goes to Wildcat Rocky, a best bet selection there for Robert Reed Jr. this evening to take the finale. Thanks so much to all horse people competing this evening. Great night of action. The welcome back program for the 2022-23 meet here at the Raceway at Western Fair District, London, Ontario's half-mile harness racing action. We are back and we are open for business. Wildcat Rocky taking the finale in 156 and 4. He led at every station. He paid $220, exactor $490, dollar try $7.95, high five for 20 cents, $26.67. Late double $420, pick 3, 20 center $54. A cinch. We got a pick 4 for 20 cents at $1 and a 20-cent pick 5, 172. It was chalky, right? Chalky through the final half of this evening's Welcome Back program. And one final time, we'll get set to send things down to Victory Lane. We've got Robert Reed Jr. standing by with winning driver Steve Byron, and making no mistake there, he wanted the lead and led every step of it. Robert Reed Jr., take it away.
All right, I'm here with Steve Byron, winning driver of Wildcat Rocky. First of all, Steve, got to ask you, earlier tonight, a little bit of bad luck with Say Something.
Yeah.
One that ended up, sometimes a perfect trip just doesn't end up working out.
No, I was actually hoping to get her to the front, and sometimes the rail with a trotter's tough to get away, and she just didn't get off on the right foot. But we got a second. She did race good.
And then going into this one now, is that way in your mind? Is it not wanting to end up in the same spot?
Yeah, this fella's so handy, though. I wasn't that concerned, and if I didn't get there, he's same as her. He can race from out of the hole, but he does have gate speed. I know it doesn't show, but he hasn't had the rail in a long time.
And with Wildcat Rocky, it just kind of seemed in his last two, closing out his miles very strongly, that you just kind of think he was sitting on this effort?
Yeah, he was real good his last two at Grand River, and I was really excited to come here with him because he's been sharp, and he proved it today.
And you've driven the horse quite a few times, and I mean, now obviously the Prospect Series is over, and the OSS program for this one's over. What kind of horse do you think he is going to end up being?
Yeah, he's a nice half-mile horse. He will race on the bigger track, but I'm sure they'll give him maybe a little bit of a break this winter at some time and keep him around. He's a nice horse to race.
All right, and obviously, you've got a lot of wins in your career, and you sat behind a lot of horses. Not dealing with the same volume now, but you certainly can drive some quality. So where can we expect to see you driving coming up?
Yeah, I hope to drive. We got a few to race at Flamborough, and maybe go down to Mohawk with a few, but we're staying in Ontario right now.
Awesome. All right, thanks, Steve. Congratulations again. There you go, Steve Byron, winning driver of Wildcat Rocky in the Prospect Series final for 3-year-old colts and geldings.
Wonderful job, gentlemen, and a wonderful job all night. Robert Reed Jr. with us on track. Nathan Bain was with us as well. Thanks so much, gentlemen, for being with us on this opening night of a brand new race meet. Thanks so much for the horse people putting on a great show, the fans for showing up, and those of you that tuned in and played online, thank you for being with us tonight. Wildcat Rocky was a winner. Doc's Village Cheese was second. Hashtag Watch Me 7. A Fair Somewhere 6. Mass Man third. The 6 was Scratch. Dream Fair Sunshine fourth. Shanghai Kai finishing fifth. Fractions of 28 and 1. 58 and 3. 127 and 2. And a mile of 156 and 4. Wildcat Rocky, so handy, says winning driver Steve Byron. From the top, a 127, 6-3 scratch, 4 and a 5, and that's a wrap on our opening night program at the Raceway. Again, we are underway. We're open for business. Start of a brand new meet. We're coming back on Monday and Tuesday with 5:50 start times. Your free program selections for both cards available on our website, westernfairdistrict.com/raceway. And again, the Ontario Sire Stakes Gold events for the 3-year-old trotters taking place on Tuesday, too. $100,000 plus events for the Ontario Sire Stakes on Tuesday evening. Again, it's the 3-year-old trotting boys with us. We'll look forward to that. On behalf of all of us here at the Raceway, thanks so much for being with us tonight from the eye in the London sky. I'm Sugar Doyle. Have yourself a great weekend.